Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ. Today we're going to work on fresh spots, and this is officially the 11th stream we've done on this app. And I hope we make some progress today. That's my hope for today. But welcome in everybody. Yeah, that's me. I'm CJ. That's my name, CJ. Yeah, welcome in everyone. I will give you a short history of the project and show you what we got done last time. So the thing is, this wouldn't even be the last stream. So we could get it working. We could get all the features working. Basically, the CRUD features: create, read, update, delete lists and spots. However, there's just so much technical debt that we still need to fix and revise that there's no way we could finish all of that today. But what I was just thinking about, so I was working on this to-do list for what we're going to do today, and what I was thinking about when talking about this is it would actually be fun to do a stream where we legitimately planned how to finish this app. Like, we treated it like a real product and actually had like an estimations meeting and talked about, okay, what are the most important features that we want to get done, and what are my rough estimates of how long those things are going to take. It's also interesting to try and estimate things doing them live on stream, because if this were a real job, I wouldn't have to be explaining everything that I do, so I could do it 3-4 times faster. But that's an idea for a future video. This is Fresh Spots. The idea is it is an app where users can share lists of places to visit. So right now, we allow you to log in with Discord. Eventually, we're going to allow you to log in with like Twitch and Google and GitHub and all the others. And the idea is you can create a list that you add some points of interest to. So you could create a list that's top 10 pizza places in New York City, or all of the places I want to visit when I go to Denver, Colorado, or something like that. So you could create those lists, add the places, and then you'll be able to share that list with someone else. I'll show you what we can do in the app right now. So you can click login. That's going to take you to Discord. You can click authorize. You get to your dashboard landing page, and you can see all of the lists that you have created. So right now, I have this list, top 10 pizza shops in NYC. We got this working last time. So essentially, you can go in to create a list. You give the list a name, and you give it a description. We also have some form validation, so you can see that like the form state changes here. And then when you click submit, that actually makes a post request against an API endpoint within this Fresh app that actually creates the list, and then it'll take you to that list. But if you click edit on a given list, that takes you to the edit page where you would then be able to add spots. And so, for instance, this one is New York City. Let's find a pizza place in New York City. There's probably one within a block of right there. So right now, this is as far as we've gotten. So you click this, it just adds it on the left-hand side, but it's not actually putting it in a database. So what we want to do today is to get this whole page working, where you can navigate on the map. We'll likely also have like a search feature. You find a spot that you want to put onto your list, you click add, and then you have the ability to give it a title and some comments. And then all of those spots will be saved to a list, and then eventually you can take this URL and share it with someone. Right now, you can't share it because we have authorization middleware that blocks it. There's some more auth middleware we'd have to do, because your list can be public, it can be private, and it can also be a draft or published. So we'll have some auth middleware that lets users view that page if they're not logged in and you've published it and it is a public list, something like that. Yeah. No minimum amount of locations. No, right now, essentially, like, there exists a list in the database with this ID. And then now we would need to create the spots, which would have a foreign key relationship to that list with the list ID. But that's the plan for today. We're going to work on this page where when we click a spot, we actually put it in the database and we give you like a little edit form. All of this is being built on top of Fresh, which is a next-gen web framework that works on top of Deno. And Deno is a modern runtime for JavaScript and TypeScript. So Deno was created by the creator of Node.js, but it is kind of like its successor with more security features, and then also things like supporting TypeScript out of the box, trying to be faster than Node.js. There's a lot of things that they want to do there. Yeah, and so we got some features we definitely want to do here. So instead of an ID, we should try to generate a slug, so that way it's like top 10 pizza shops in NYC or something like that. So, yeah. How am I handling user auth? So we're using OAuth Flow, but the library we're using is actually a library that I wrote, which is just a wrapper on top of some other library. So I created this library called Deno Grant, inspired by the Grant library, which is from the Node.js ecosystem, which lets you do OAuth with hundreds of providers. I took their design and made it work with Deno. Right now we only have these providers, but it would be very easy to add the other providers. But essentially, you set up an instance of it, and then it gives you a couple of methods. So you have get authorization URI, get token, and get profile. So depending on where the user is in the flow, we call those methods from within our fresh app. And then for sessions, right now we just have a basic cookie, which we set with squishy cookies. Squishy cookies, which is a library written by Oscar, who's in the chat. But what this allows us to do is to set signed cookies. So right now we actually don't have a session store. That's probably one refactor we would want to do eventually, where a user session is actually separate from just the user itself. So a user could be logged in multiple places, and then you could invalidate a given session. Right now, the cookie just has the user's ID in it, and then we do a DB lookup to make sure that that user exists. But we probably should have like a separate session store. I think you're right, American 2050. Like the list having an ID and a slug will probably have the user ID in it. So that way slugs can be unique to a user, but they don't have to be unique to the entire app. So two people could create a list with the slug top 10 pizza restaurants or top 10 pizza places in NYC, but because it's to a specific user, it'd have to be unique there. Yeah. And what's up, crafty.gg? I am having a pretty good day. Got a good start. I merged a bunch of PRs across a bunch of Coding Garden repos. I mean, speaking of, Timon, what was the PR you did? Oh, yeah. Timon helped out with getting a 100 Lighthouse score on coding.garden. I'll be honest though, I had to fix some things after you were done, Timon. Like I merged your PR in, and then I actually swapped out rollup for Vite, and then fixed a couple of font issues. But shouts out to Timon, who made a PR against the Coding Garden website. I guess technically if I want to check Lighthouse, I have to open up Chrome or Chromium. But now, we get a 100 Lighthouse score on coding.garden. Yeah, I'll run through all the PRs that happened. Good day, Zico. Welcome in. At least it was 100 when I ran it. Yeah, look at that! Hundreds! I've literally never run this tool before. But Timon was like, yo, I ran this against your site, and it was like, can you say what it was whenever you ran it, Timon? Was it like 80% or 70% or something like that? And then they improved it a bit. I mean, it's a super big. It technically should be a static web page. I'm using Svelte for it, and the main reason I was using Svelte is because these little animations here worked really well with it. But regardless, that was nice. Thank you for that PR, Timon. And then someone opened an issue 2 years ago against Coding Garden, the Coding Garden videos, and I just now, it wasn't a PR, it was just an issue. They opened it up, they're like, hey, here's some CSS, if you add it to the page, things will look nicer. And so I added it to the page, and things look nicer. I think they also did a nice thing where like when you click on something, it like scrolls down. Maybe they didn't add that, I don't know. I could do those animations in pure CSS, sure, but they're SVG elements, and I was specific. I think I was specifically animating aspects of each of the SVG. Yeah, like the center area of the SVG is like, that is a CSS animation. That's a CSS grow, but it's inside of an SVG? I don't know. Yeah, and I think the fact that we're using Svelte helped with a good score there anyways. But like I said, it's a super basic website. I have not... well, yeah, I did try Midjourney once. Yeah, I think ultimately they wrote a Discord bot that's interacting with some backend API that creates those images. Whales.io? Never heard of it. Build beautiful cross-platform applications using Go. Oh! Everyone's got their own little Electron replacement. So there's Whales for Go. Somebody mentioned there's one that's for... well, Tari is the one that's for Rust. Wasn't there another one for Go as well? I don't know, but thanks to the person that opened this issue 2 years ago, I added the CSS. It looks great. I made a few modifications, so like there's new breakpoints, so it breaks like that, and then it breaks down to a single column. So that was awesome. And then someone made a PR against this app, which is the my chat application. So for instance, Oscar, can you resend your message? Actually, I guess I'll just do it. If someone shares a URL with HTTPS in it, like it's a full URL, I have a thing in my overlay that makes it so that when I click on this, it doesn't go directly to that URL, because it's a potential security issue if you're just clicking random links, especially as a streamer. Somebody might be trying to get me to click on something to reveal my IP address, which wouldn't matter because I'm using a VPN anyways. But regardless, when I click a link in my overlay, it first takes me to this little serverless function I built that basically scrapes the info from the URL, so I know what I'm getting into before I actually click the link. However, steal your cookie. Oh, and I'll go to Ryan's website. I've never gone here. Let's check it out. Connect with me. Nice. Nice. I will be honest though, there's a lot of white space on here. You're probably maybe... oh, wait, what's happening? Is Dark Reader loaded or something like that? It's broken. It's broken. I was like, I can't see anything. Maybe it's a Firefox issue. I am using Firefox. But the thing they fixed is if someone shares a link that has a hashtag in it. So, for instance, if we look on the Coding Garden Videos website and we search for like chill stream, like this, you see that has the hash in it. It has an anchor. And so it used to be that whenever I would click on this web page would not have the part that has the hash inside of it. Though, actually, I didn't even check. This might actually break it. That's why maybe why this is taking so long, because it does. I don't know if it actually does decode URI component. So maybe they didn't fix it. Here, I'll click the link. You'll get a redemption. Cool. Oh, is this the thing you were working on that like scraped job descriptions and stuff like that? Let's search for computer science. Sick. So if I choose computer science, I can see that it's a diploma. I can then see career paths. Like, I want to be a computer programmer. And then these are the possible careers in this job market. The outlook is good for computer programmers. These are my possible duties, and thank you to Vignesh. Thank you for that 2 months resub. And shouts out to Moose, who resubbed when I wasn't streaming, but thank you for the 3 months. Luigi with the Prime, Shorsey with the 27 months. Thank you all for the supports. But yeah, this is cool. I can definitely see that being useful for new code. Okay, it finally loaded. I don't know what took so long there. But now when I click this, it includes the hashtag, whereas before it didn't. So somebody made a PR to fix that as well. Was that it? There were a few more. There was one that I didn't merge, but I will talk about why I didn't merge it right now. It's not this one. Oh, and then I actually merged a pull request into this, which isn't a Coding Garden repo. It's on my personal GitHub. But it's for the custom Wikipedia theme that I have. So if I go to a Wikipedia web page, I see it with this custom theme. And I technically need to modify it so that it colors that dark as well. But they made a PR that removed Vite and only used post-CSS, which made a whole lot of sense. So I merged that in. But I believe they also made a PR against, was it SproutKit? No. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh yeah, no, it was the flags repo. So if you tuned in last week, we were working on getting this repo up and going so that we have not only country flags, but also province and city flags. But they made a PR that generated PNGs from the SVGs. But I will mention really quick why I didn't merge their PR yet, and that is because they committed a modification of the package lock. Now, your package lock should be committed to GitHub. It makes sense to have it there because when other developers do an npm install, you want to make sure that they have the same versions of the dependencies that you installed. The reason I don't want to merge this in is because this is 812 lines that have changed in this file. And I can look at the diff, but that's going to take me a really long time to basically audit every single one of these changes to the package lock. And somebody wrote a blog post a while back talking about how the package lock could essentially be a way for people to make a PR against an open source repo and add potentially malicious things to the repo because they modified the package lock. Yeah. Yeah, so if you pull down the latest changes from my website repo, which is going to be coding.garden is the website, you're going to have to do an npm install. So pull this down, make sure you're on the master branch. You'll need to do an npm install because there's new dependencies and old dependencies that got removed. So that's why I haven't merged this, is because there were changes to this file. And I tried searching for the blog post that talked about it, and the Shivas, thank you very much for that gift to Inquiry. Awesome, and welcome in. Yeah, I mean, so the way to think about package lock is, let's talk about it, because this is JavaScript stuff. We use the package JSON. So when you do an npm install of something, for one, it's going to add it to your package.json, right? And this lists the dependency. However, it installs it with semantic versioning. So the fact that it has that little, is this a caret? I always forget what to call this thing. So the fact that it has that on there means that whatever version of JS DOM is available under version 20. So if there's 20.1 or 20.2 or 20.3, npm will resolve to that instead of 20.0. So that's what that little hat means. If we look at a more complex package.json, you can see it. And Devin D. Ford, thank you very much for that prime. First timer, thank you. That's awesome. Appreciate you. Also, anybody else, if you have a Twitch Prime hanging around, feel free to throw it my way. It's called The Rooftop. Let me find a good repo. SproutKit, I think, would be a good example of that, because it has a pretty big package.json. And we've actually talked about dependencies in here before, but you can see all of these dependencies have a hat. And what that means is the package.json lists 4.5.15, but if version 4.6 exists on npm, Node is going to install that specific version because of the hat. The hat says this number needs to be the same, but any number after that can be different. It looks like I only have the hat. The tilde means these two numbers have to be the same, but I will accept a change for the last number, which is the patch. So 5.1 would not get installed, but 5.0.9 would get installed. And then if there's not a hat and not a tilde, you only get that one specific version. So when you look at a package.json, it actually doesn't tell you the exact, major, minor, and patch. So this is the major version, the minor version, and the patch version. The hat says minor version can be anything above what's listed. The tilde says patch can be anything above what's listed. It is an awkward syntax. Yeah. Okay, so all of that to say, your package.json does not say what version specifically got installed, because it just says, oh, well, I'll accept any version above that. The package lock does list explicit versions, which is why we commit it to the repo. So if you look at the package lock, I mean, it's a gigantic file. See, this is two megabytes of JSON, and it is auto-generated by npm when you do an npm install. But this package lock lists the exact version that got installed and the exact versions of all of your dependencies, and your dependencies. So the package lock hasn't always been around, and it used to be called like npm shrink wrap. But ultimately, if projects are following semantic version correctly, then it actually shouldn't matter if we have version 4.5 versus 4.6. But sometimes that can introduce serious changes, and one developer, when they do an npm install, might get 4.6, and because you did an npm install 2 days ago, you have 4.5. And so now you are running, two different developers are running off of a different dependency version. So the package lock fixes that. The package lock, and when you do an npm install, npm will look at this and say, oh, well, when I resolve this, I actually should specifically resolve that specific version. So that's why the package lock is important, because now when two different developers do an npm install, they're going to get the exact same versions of all dependencies, which is great. That's a good thing for collaboration. However, like I was mentioning earlier, it's not good if a rogue developer goes into that file and potentially modifies things. Now, I trust CodeBrains. Like, they've made multiple commits to my repos and stuff like that. But even so, I don't want to have to audit 800 lines of changes to that file. Where did it go? Oh, did they already update their commit? They're watching right now. 36 seconds ago. They're watching me right now. So they removed that file from the commit, which is awesome. Yeah, 36 seconds ago. but the main issue is, yeah, and Oscar is, well, I left this comment 2 hours ago, so they've had time to review it. And basically I talked about it right here. So package lock needs to be in your repo, but if it is an outside contributor that I don't know too much about, or I can't trust that much, then I want to be the one that updates the package lock. Now, to update it, I just need to pull down their code and run an npm install, and because they added a dependency, it will regenerate that package lock. But now, I was the one that regenerated it, and I kind of only have to worry if my installed version of npm was compromised. Otherwise, I can trust the changes that were made to the package lock. I honestly don't know of the best way to handle this. Yeah, I just answered it. So yeah, I'll show you basically how I would merge this in. Yeah, installs everything. I don't want that. I don't want that. But I actually had to do this for the changes that Timon made. Yeah. So Timon actually included the package lock, but what I did was I pulled their branch down into a local branch, did an npm install, and then pushed to my main remote. And so I removed their package lock, did an npm install, and it's interesting to see that my and actually if you look at specifically the repo that Timon contributed to, this one, you can see my commit history. So Timon fixed the lighthouse warnings, and then before I did an npm install, I had a separate branch. I removed the package lock that they generated, did an npm install, and now I had a package lock changes that I could trust. And what's interesting though is even though I did that, there were still changes that were made to my npm install. So 1,800 changes compared to the package lock that Timon committed. So, but I didn't run an npm install locally with that, so I shouldn't have to worry about it. Renovate bot? Yeah, I mean, that's another way to do it, is you just choose a specific version. But then the issue with that, and I guess that's not even an issue, because the moment you do an npm install, it's going to generate that package lock, and now you're tied to a specific version unless you do an update of those dependencies from the package lock. Yeah. So, and that's the issue. Like, if this were being, if a build was being run on a continuous integration server or something like that, you definitely want it to have the package lock because you want it to have the same versions of the dependencies that the local developer was using. So we could probably have a pre-commit hook that prevents changes to that file if you're not a core maintainer. I don't know. Oh, well, I can trust it if I generate it. I don't trust it if somebody else generated it. And I mean, and technically, if this isn't, if you're working on a project at a company and it's all internal, changes to the package lock are fine because you should trust everyone on that team. This is a completely public repo. And like I said, like nothing against CodeBrains. It's just, I don't want to have to review 800 line changes to a file. Yeah. Renovate will pin the dependencies? Yeah. Are there any repos I need or want contribution? Well, honestly, anything, like if you, I mean, I say this, but if you find any repo under here that you want to make a change to, you're more than welcome to make a PR. I only recently have I been on top of things, which is why I was mentioning there were issues and PRs from 2 years ago that never got touched just because I was so busy back then. When I'm finally getting the time to review these things and merge them in. So honestly, if you see me working on something on stream, feel free to make a PR on that. Like today we're working on this repo. If you see something you want to change, feel free to make a PR. I will say things that are like a tutorial on YouTube, I typically don't merge the PR because I want the YouTube video, when they go to the repo, I want them to see the same code I wrote in the video. So it depends. Yeah. Does it matter the node or npm version? Yeah, so the package lock that gets generated will be different depending on the npm version, because there's a newer version of the package lock. But yeah. So these days I'm mostly doing Coding Garden, so I have the time to review PRs and stuff. Is there a way to extract all versions of the older project in a package.json with specific PR static dependencies? I like this. So I used to do this. I saw this PR. I saw this today, Oscar. I'll probably work on this next week because it's a cool feature. But if you look at some of my old YouTube videos, I used to do that. There used to be a little button right here where I could click it, and then boom, it makes it like a persistent window over here. Yeah. I think I get what you're asking, Azarus. Like, is there a way to update the package.json so that it doesn't have the hat or the tilde on anything? And like, that's one way to lock down dependencies, and then you don't need a package lock. But I guess the issue with that is it's a little bit trickier to keep the package.json updated with the latest minor and patch versions. I don't know. There's probably a better solution to it. Not opposed to that either. So SproutKit is the repo that runs my overlay. So it runs this chat window, and then there's an OBS overlay over here that takes a second to update. There it is. That it runs the same components and from the same code base, but it's technically a separate app. This is like a static page running in a browser window, and this is those components running inside of Electron. But the suggestion made by Oscar is we should make it so that if I like click a button here, it actually like makes it a persistent, that one chat becomes persistent down here or something like that. That'd be a good PR. If somebody's interested in working on that, I would say if you're interested on working on it, just make a comment, because otherwise there'll be like 3 people all trying to work on it at the same time. Yeah. So what about leveraging something like Dependabot? Yeah, in the past, Dependabot was just annoying because there are so many repos on. Here, I have 167 repositories, and for the longest time, Dependabot just became annoying because I was getting notifications all the time for things that I wasn't going to update because, like I said earlier, they were based on a YouTube video, and I wasn't going to update the code anyway. I guess like technically I could update the dependencies, but Dependapot would be good for active repos. Yeah, I'm not opposed to putting Dependapot on there. Yeah, so have it scoped to the ones that we're currently working on. However, I don't know how that fixes our package lock issue because you still want the package lock to be in the repo, but you don't want people to modify it. I don't know, but let me show you. So because I'll show you how I merge this in, even though they made a modification to the package lock. So they specifically added a new dependency sharp. That's right here. And when I do an npm install locally, that's going to update the package lock. So one way that I could do it is I could go to their fork, add that as a remote locally, and then create a branch based on it, pull those changes in, update the package lock, and then push it up to the main over here, which would actually automatically close this PR. Actually, I'm going to do that really quick because it's interesting to see. Like, GitHub knows, like, even if I don't actually click merge pull request here, if there's a separate branch that has this commit on it and I merge it in, GitHub knows that it can close this pull request. So I'm actually going to do that right now. Let's see. I am going to add a remote. So right now, the only remote I have, which is, so local git repo pointed at this remote, coding garden /flags. I can add a new one. We'll call it codebrains. That is that endpoint. And now if I do git remote -v, we now have, instead of origin, we also have codebrains, which points to their remote. And then if I do a git fetch, that should give me access to the, is that it? How do I get the branches from this remote? I think that should do it. So their branch is called scaled PNGs. I thought I ran this command earlier. Git. Maybe I need to do git fetch codebrains. Yeah, that's what I needed to do. So when I did git fetch codebrains, that's the one, it now gives me access to this branch called scaled PNGs. And so that's the one that they're trying to merge into master. So locally, if I do git checkout scaled PNGs, now I'm on the changes that they made. Now, just to be safe, I'm actually going to remove the package lock. Now, I know they removed it from their commit, but I'm going to remove it. And so now, when I do an npm install, it's going to regenerate that file. And I'm not running the risk of installing dependencies from a file that someone else generated. Also, they already removed it, so I technically didn't have to do that. But I'm going to run an npm install, which will generate that. Now we have a package lock. And if I do a git diff, many changes in here. So first of all, sharp got added, and then there is a bunch of changes in the lock. Okay. Yeah, so, and that is assuming that I trust the changes in the package.json, in this case, which I do, because I know specifically that sharp is a very popular dependency from NPM. 2 million weekly downloads. This lets you manipulate images within Node.js, and that's the only dependency that they added. Okay, so now I'm on this branch. I updated the package lock myself. I'm going to add the changes. I'm going to commit it. Sparkles package update package lock. Actually, I should put a little lock emoji too. Will that work? Maybe that'll work. Okay, but now that I have this branch, I'm going to push this branch. Actually, I don't even need to push it. Like, technically, I could push this to GitHub, but if I check out master, git check out master. If I check out master, make sure I have all the changes from GitHub. Good. But if I do git merge scaled-pngs, now that took the branch that codebrains created, and then my changes to the package lock, and then put them back onto the master branch. And so if I push this up to master now, that's going to automatically close this pull request, because this pull request had that commit from codebrains on it. And so when I push up, now master has those changes on it, so GitHub knows to do that. Yeah, we should rename it to main. But we technically forked it from this repo, which is a few years old, which had master as the main branch. But yeah. But now when I do this, it's going to automatically close that PR. Now, in the real world and working on teams and stuff like that, you usually don't allow pushing to the master branch. Usually there's like some continuous integration that will auto merge to master if things pass. But in this case, it's fine. I'm just going to push to master. And so now that I've done that, you can see GitHub instantly, boom, it's merged. So now GitHub automatically closed that PR because I pushed it up. And now if you look at the commits, CodeBrain is in the history. You can see that like their commit is still there. They're still a contributor to this repo. But I added that little commit on top of it that updated the package lock. Yeah. Is it okay if I understand only 10% of what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely. I think the more you're exposed to these things and the more you hear it, the easier it will be later on when you learn more of the concepts and can dive deeper and stuff like that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like in the real world, when you have like a team project or even like a bigger open source project, you don't even want some of the maintainers to be able to push directly to master. You want them to have a PR. That PR runs tests, runs linting. If everything's good to go, then a maintainer can say, yes, this looks good, please merge it. And then when you click merge, that is the only way to get into master is by merging a pull request. But regardless. Why was master renamed to main? Mainly for to use inclusive language, because master has a lot of the word master has a lot of baggage around it. In the English language, I was gonna say American English, but most English language. Master has a lot of baggage around it because of slavery, and the term master is typically associated with master and slave in programming. But that language is not that inclusive, so these days we're trying to get away from language like that. Same thing applies to like whitelist and blacklist. Like the term itself, blacklist and whitelist, makes it seem like white is good and black is bad, but we don't necessarily want to have those connotations. So like in one of my repos, I also renamed a blacklist to a whitelist to an allow list instead of a whitelist. So it's all about inclusivity of language and getting rid of and not even having to think about the baggage associated with a lot of these terms. So that's why. And does anybody know how I can switch to main? Like git checkout dash. There's a way to rename the master branch to main. -m. Git checkout. Everybody's got it. Everyone has it memorized. Git checkout -m main. -b main. That's it. So dash, okay. I think if I do that, so yeah, that pushes to the main branch, but because I forked this from a repo where master was the main, I think I actually need to go into settings and set main to be the main branch. Branches. Default branch. Oh, you know what? I think because of the way GitHub works, technically I should not have created a main branch. I should actually just rename it. That's all I needed to do is just go, oh yeah, is that what you were saying? Just go into settings. Go into settings and change it. And so now I want the master to be named main. There we go. Now it's like, your branch has been renamed. Okay. I think we should be good. But like I said, we forked this from a repo that was like years old, and this one was forked from a repo that was back from 2017. So, what's up, Trash Dev? Welcome in. All right, this was fun talking about Git stuff, but shouts out to CodeBrains. Thank you for that commit as well. I still need to set up a build script because technically they wait, now this is outdated. Yeah. So they added a script for generating PNGs, but we're not calling it yet. I need to look into Netlify and see how they do things, because we basically have this deployed with Netlify. We kind of want a build script that will generate those PNGs on deploy, that kind of thing. So I've talked about a bunch of stuff that's not related to fresh spots. So let's get into it. Let's write some code. Well, first of all, I'll say hello. I'll welcome everybody in. I appreciate you all being here. Maybe you learned a little bit something about Git and GitHub today. Yeah, welcome in. I'll tell you how my chat overlay works. I have a lot of blue screen flickering around me. Thank you for saying that, because no one said anything last time. Okay, shield your eyes. It's about to get really bright. I'm going to count down from 5, and then it's going to get really bright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now, this makes it easier to see the little blue dots. I can do like this. Oh. There. I mean, now my hair is sparkly though. That should be better. Okay. That should be. Let me know if it's better. All right. Let me tell you how to customize your chat messages in my overlay. I have a blue screen. I guess maybe you haven't seen me do this. All right. I'm about to show you behind the curtain. I'm about to remove the illusion that I am but a floating person. I am in a basement with a gigantic sheet behind me. Let me also disable the chroma key filter. Yeah, so this is me right now. I mean, I can. It's it's a big blue sheet. I'm in a basement. There's a chair over there. This is part of a ukulele. Yeah. Everything's fake. And then I actually crop it down because this is a 4K camera. It has a huge. We can see a lot. So basically, I chroma key out the blue, and that's what allows me to have green. We can see have this green chair. So that's blue. And then on this screen, I crop out all the extra stuff so you only see me. Yeah. Because I can show you the, yeah, all of it's done inside of OBS. So like right now, if I uncrop it, you can see like that's the piece of it, and then I just crop it. You can't see it no more. Though ideally, I should do what the Primeagen has done. They painted their entire wall green. That's kind of what I need to do. Is I need to. The only issue is because it's cement. I would need to smooth it out. But then if I painted the wall blue, then even all that stuff over there and the stuff over here could all be chromed out. I don't know. It's a 4K camera. It can see a lot. Yeah. Wallpaper could probably work. I don't know. Yeah. You really have to play around with the chroma settings. And so that's the other aspect that you're not seeing is there's a light there, there's a light there, and a light over there, and a light down there, all pointed behind me so that I don't cast a shadow. And then I have a ring light right here so that I look good in front of it. But let me show you what happens. Like if I don't have these lights on, it's really hard to chroma out things without the lighting. So there's just a ton of lights. Stay with the dark scariness. Yeah. So there's a ton of lights to make sure that the chroma is good. It's still not even that good. Like if I move my hand really fast, you'll see the blue. So, I don't know. And actually, I don't think I've showed this recently. I'm gonna take a picture from out here so you can see. Honestly, it's embarrassing how dirty things are. I don't think I'm going to show you that picture, but eventually I will. I've been doing some rearranging, and eventually my basement will be in a state where I can I can show you everything. I know I've said that in the past, but we're getting there. And Vignesh, thank you very much for that gifted sub. Yeah, no worries, Trash Dev. It's always fun to talk about because, technically, well, not technically, things change all the time. And also, so, I stream music over here on this channel. I have a project called Probably Happening, and I do improvised live looping with my friend and Devin D. Ford. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. Appreciate that. Lots of longtime community members got hit. Me Not Santa, HTB404. Appreciate that. But so that's my music project. And on the other side over there, I have a drum set, my mixer, my guitar, my bass, all that stuff. And all of that, there's like 4 cameras over there. So when I do the Probably Happening, I mean, it can be in reference to a lot of things. But let me show just an example of like what's happening over there, because it's a 4 camera setup. So like as we are performing, I switch between cameras. You can see the main one here. So like there's one with me playing. There's the main overhead, and then the overhead of that. So there's 4 camera. Actually, no, there's 5 because there's also a drum cam. Let's see if I can show it. Oh yeah, there's some drums over here, and then there's like a drum cam. But all of that to say that all of that's over there, and then it's being run into the same streaming computer. Eventually, I'll do a room tour. I definitely will. Yeah. And see you later, Devin. Yeah, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate that. Thanks for dropping in and being kind. Thank you. The visuals are made using a thing called synesthesia live. So it basically, the site isn't loading, but it basically detects the audio coming in on my audio interface, and then there are a bunch of visuals that can automatically respond based on the incoming audio. Isn't that a bit too much for a stream? You might not be the target audience, American 2050. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Some people like to look at visuals and hear ambient music, depending on the head state that they're in. Yeah. Cool. Head state. Yeah, head state. Let's write some code. Actually, no. Before we write some code, I got to tell you how all the how all the overlays work. So, yeah, you can see that American 2050 has the Argentina flag. Oh, I forgot we added that. And then they also have like a team logo. HTTP 404 has an unknown flag. I have the American flag and then the Alfred logo. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the France flag and then a 42 logo. Don't know what that is. Crypt has the India flag and the Java logo. Mysterious has the Netherlands flag and the Go logo. You too can choose your flag and your logo. Yeah, I missed this from Yu-Gi-Oh! Do I still have plans for IRL streams? I do. I'm slowly getting back to the point that I was like probably 3 years ago, where I just had so much energy to do all the coding garden stuff. But I'm coming off of a pretty bad burnout. It's getting better, and there's just so many things that I want to do that I don't necessarily have time for. But that's one of the things I want to do is IRL streams. Okay, but if you want to set your flag, if you do !flag followed by your 2-character country code, you can set it. Recently though, we added state flags. So for me, if I do flag US/CO, that will actually give me the Colorado flag. And then specifically, we also have the Denver flag. So if I do CO/Denver, now I can get the Denver flag next to my name, like that. But right now, the only way to figure out if those things actually exist is to go to the repo. And, yeah. Oh, thank you, SQL Gortster. I hope you find inspiration that is to you like you are to me. I appreciate that. I have the most beautiful stream setup. It's full of energy. I appreciate that, Montahai. I will say, I mean, I feel like there are some pretty good setups out there. Definitely, like the entire... There's a lot of people streaming in software and engineering, or software and game development that I haven't watched, that do a lot of cool stuff with overlays and stuff like that. Oh, nice! You got the Puerto Rico flag? Oh, Philippines, sorry. Doesn't it kind of look like the Puerto Rico flag? sorry, I got that wrong. But definitely just browse this category. And I'm sorry, Trash Dev. I'm sorry. But am I... Oh yeah, let me link the repo. So basically, if you want to see if your specific province or state exists, go into this folder, and then if there's a country folder, then that means there will be provinces. So for example, if you go to GB, these are all the provinces or regions or countries inside of Great Britain, like Wales and the United Kingdom and stuff like that. So go to this folder, and then you can figure out the path to get there. Yeah, all of these flags came from this repo, which we forked, and the reason we forked it is because it is missing some things. So that's the other thing, is if there is a country or a province flag missing, you can make a pull request to add it, and then you'll be able to use it in the overlay. So for instance, American 2050 added all of the Argentinian provinces. I don't even know the right word. Region, province, state. They added all of that. I need to make a web page where you can easily search across these, because right now you have to like look through the folder directory. But also, Puerto Rico flag. Am I that far off? Does it look... Look, at a glance... it kind of looks like the Puerto Rico flag. I guess it also looks like the... I don't know. I'm sorry, Trash Dev. Why does the Bavarian flag look so weird? We also found that the way my overlay is rendering SVGs, if it has a lot of detail, it looks weird. So, I mean, even if you look at the US flag, because there's 50 individual star paths, actually, that doesn't look horrible. But, yeah, every now and then you'll see, like, some weird rendering glitches. We haven't figured that out yet. Yeah. People have talked about that too, where you could set, like, maybe you want to have your country flag and your province flag, that kind of thing. What do you have here? Oh, it gets cut off. Nobody's gonna know your state flag? Yeah. And, yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Michael. Glad they have yours. Moldova. Republic of Moldova. Very cool. Oh, what's this one? I guess it doesn't have a name. So that's the other thing about this repo, is when you add a flag, you can put metadata in it, so that way we know the name. So for instance, I am in the US, I'm in the state Colorado, and then I'm in the city Denver. But if you look at the actual source, yeah, that's what I was. Every flag that gets added can have this metadata section that we added. And if it has a name, whenever I hover over it, I'll be able to see the name. So all of the top level countries have names, but the sub ones don't have names yet. So I'm accepting PRs that add the names on the flags as well. Yeah. Yeah, and if there's an issue with some of the flags in the repo, feel free to make a PR that like adds the correct one or something like that as well. Yeah, so it does say what place it is, but only if that name attribute in the metadata was filled out. And for the sub countries, it doesn't necessarily have that. Okay. I can't believe I've already been live for an hour. This is crazy. Do I want to have a name specification? No, because it would have to be US/GA, because there is a specification for the country, the state code, at least in the US. Like this says India. And then I'll probably update because I have the info, I'll update the overlay so that it says the country and everything else that it came from. Yeah, and then this is Wales, it's a dragon. All right. Let's work on fresh spots. And I think we're gonna just jump right into the places edit page. So basically when I go in here, I want to start adding places to visit as we go. That's what we're going to work on. Let's do it. It's definitely not the last version. Yeah, definitely not. And thank you for the hydrate, Mutahai. I've heard of Keystone. I haven't used it. Okay, let's go. First step, let's spin up the Docker container. Oh, not this. Fresh spots. So when we run locally, we have a Docker container with our Postgres database. So that's good to go. And then if I do Deno task start, that will start up fresh locally. We've got it. I can log in. They're all my places. Yeah, so for those of you that are just joining, Fresh Spots is an app that will allow people to create lists of places to visit. So for instance, you could do top 10 parks in Denver, best pho in Denver, best places to visit in Denver. So you can create these lists, and then on a list, you can add specific spots. So there's a lot of updates we need to do. Basically, when we go to this top 10 parks in Denver page, I need to put the name of the list, like the description, all of that good stuff. And then as you add places, so for instance, let's add Washington Park. I want to be able to like put the name, give it a good description, all that good stuff. All right, see you later, HTTP 404. Thanks for tuning in. So here we go. I did not upgrade Deno, so I guess I'll probably need to do that. Let's do that. Deno upgrade. Cool. The app still runs, which is good. Didn't break anything, as far as I could see. Yeah, looks good. So, in the code, we are currently on dashboard, lists, edit, the specific lists that we are editing. Yeah. I would imagine it would be, Oscar. Yeah, the signals seem, they're like the API is so simple. Let's talk about that really quick. So we're specifically using Preact because that's what works with Fresh. And Preact introduced this concept called signals, which didn't originate from Preact, but they have them. So we have a signal called page title. we have a signal called map. We have a signal called places. And any component in our app can pull this signal in and get the latest value or modify that value. So every single page within our app modifies the page title signal, which lets us dynamically set the title based on the page that we're on. So right now we're on dashboard. And like technically when I'm on the list edit page, I could set the page title as well. So if we look in routes, dashboard, list edit, right here, instead of saying dashboard, we could call this list edit. But page title is literally just the signal that we imported in. But because we're modifying the value here, later on, when the layout component uses it, it has that latest value. So it's pretty slick. I mean, you could think of it like context provider and context, like use context, but it's just the API is so much simpler. Yeah, and we're just getting started coding now. So now if I load this page, it should say, did I save that? Oh no, when I go here, it should say list edit, which is good. I believe, yeah, so if you look at the Preact docs and you go to signals, I think they tell you how to use, there's a place that will tell you how to use it in React, but it is possible to use in React. And slowly raking. Thank you very much for the 8 months. Yeah, no, I agree, Mark. Welcome in, Austin Gill. Welcome in. But in Vue, you technically can do the same thing with what is provided. That's the same thing as like use state in React. Basically, a use state in React, you only use it in one specific component. But in Vue, if you have a ref, you can import that to any component, and you always have the latest value as well. So something to think about. Okay, didn't mean to click that. I think we're not saving anymore. Yeah, if I refresh. Okay, let's think about how we're going to do this. So this is the page that loads. For one, we have this sidebar component. Let's pass some data down to it. So, and actually we need to request the specific list to get info about it. So when we are loading this page, I also want to load the specific list, like of the specific ID. So that way we get access to the title and also potentially any spots associated with that list. So let's get that working. I believe we have, yeah, so we have our API routes. We have lists. Right now we have a get function that will get all of the lists. And then we have a post which will let us create a list. So I want to create another route that will give us a list by ID. So first of all, let's create a query for it. Queries are like our data access layer. So I could export a function here called like find one, where we have the user ID of the user that's requesting it. And I guess technically, we might only want the list ID. I'm just going to do that for now. List ID is a string. And we select from list where, check out this TypeScript auto completion. So because we're using this library called Keysly, which lets us interact with our database, it knows what the possible fields are. So I specifically want to say where ID is equal to list ID, like that. String is not assignable to parameter of type. Spot list should have a string ID. Let's look at the table definition of spot list. ID this is wrong. Right? This is wrong. We had no, so we're using Postgres, but for this specific table, we were using GUIDs, global unique IDs, for the ID of the table. This shouldn't be generated number. When did that get changed? If we look at the actual migration, when we create a spot list, the ID is a UUID. Okay. Let's see if we can update the definition here. So we're not using an ORM, we're using a query builder. The query builder we're using is called Keysily. If Keysily? Did I spell that wrong? Keysily. There it is. If you're familiar with connects, Keysily is very similar, except it has amazing TypeScript support. So after you define your table definitions with interfaces, you get autocomplete as to the table names. You also get autocomplete for like relation names and column names and stuff like that. So if you're familiar with connects, it's similar to that, but really good TypeScript support. So that's what we're using. This is wrong though. So this ID generated number actually needs to be a generated string. Let me try to fix that. Here. So generated number, I'm going to create one called generated string because this gets generated on insert. And then this will be a string. Cool. And then the type on the table should be generated string, not generated number. And then this doesn't complain anymore because list ID is of type string. Great. I'm glad that's all we had to do to fix that. Cool. So that'll grab that, and then I'll do execute take first. So that way it just grabs the first one that has that ID. Cool. The reason I'm pausing is because there's some auth that's going to be involved here. Like users shouldn't be able to just request any list. Like we also need to check. Actually, I guess I'll do this. So this will accept the user ID, which will be optional, but it will be a number. And then you do something like the query is this. And then if, we'll make this let so we can reassign it. So if user ID is defined, then we'll say query dot where. Is there an and where? I think it'll just be where. User ID equals user ID, like that. And we have to reassign it to itself so we get that type completion. So if we define the user ID, also look it up there. If the user ID is not defined, then we also want to make sure that this is a published. So if we don't pass in the user ID, then that means like that's like a public user trying to access this list. So we could say where public is true. And where published is true. Yeah, and now that I think about it, actually public doesn't have to be true. The way that we're building this out is if a user knows the URL, then they can view it. If it's public, that means it gets listed on the user that created its profile. So we're actually just going to check publish, because if it's not published, then an anonymous user shouldn't be able to even see it. And so now I can do query execute take first. So when I request this for the user trying to edit it, I'm going to pass in their user ID. If it's not found, then they're trying to edit something that they don't own. If I don't pass in the user ID, then we're pulling back something that must be published. Yeah. Yeah, Prisma seems awesome. The issue is we're in Deno, and Prisma doesn't work with Deno yet. If we could, I would have chosen Prisma. But yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't have that much experience with Prisma, but that's pretty unfortunate that they don't let you like swap out the DB like that for an environment. That's one thing you can do with connects. You can say when I'm local, use SQLite, otherwise use Postgres when I'm deployed. Yeah. And welcome in, Korean Cat. Yeah, glad to have you here. How can you be such a beauty and a programmer at the same time? I don't know. I'm just trying my best. Big's work. Okay. This seems fine. We might have to come back to this query, but basically I want to call this query from within an API method. So in my API, I'm going to have a get function, and actually this is where things get tricky. So if wait, never mind. This is actually going to be API lists ID. Like that. And so now we won't have the post method, but this will do a find one. Thank you, hey, thank you, Austin Gill. You all are too kind. You're too kind. Okay. In this case, I will not do a unauthorized if it's not found, but we do need to try to grab it first. So we need to find one list where the first argument is the ID. So this should be context.params.id. ID should be a string. So essentially, the request is going to come to API/list/this ID. We're going to return that JSON data if we found it. And in this case, we're passing in the logged in user's ID. So if a logged in user tried to go to the edit page of something they didn't own, this would actually just give us back nothing. And we'll handle that here. So like if list was not found, then we're going to throw an error. Just say not found. And then that will respond with that. And this should be all right. But now that I think about it, we actually don't even know if we need this API endpoint. Where we need it is right here. So this is the page that gets rendered for editing the page. And we actually want to find that list before we render the page. So I actually want to bring this in here. So let me pull this in. Find one from @/db/query/bot list like this. Make this an async function. And then now, instead of just rendering the user, we're going to render an object that has the user, but also has the specific list, like this. Can't we declare environment variables and use them in the Prisma schema to use SQL? Probably, yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't have too much experience with Prisma. Yeah. Welcome, Instead. I remember my boilerplate node server from 2018. Yeah, I mean, I've kept that up to date even since 2018. And we now have a TypeScript version. So there's Express API Starter. Technically updated a month ago. I should probably update it again to make sure the dependencies are up to date. And then there's also Express API Starter TS, which is the TypeScript version of it. Okay. The mixing of single quote and double quote strings. Yeah. So I am so used to using double quotes because of the Airbnb style guide. I am so used to them. But the Deno default is to use double quotes. So if I do Deno task flint, which is format and lint, it should have updated them to, well, because there was a syntax error, it couldn't. If I do that again, it'll update those to double quotes. Yeah, so. And what's up, Jampick? Yeah, I mean, Deno's been a thing for many years. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Glad to have you. It's definitely picking up traction, and they released a press release of like a month or two ago, just talking about how they're going to really strive to have support for most NPM modules. So a lot of Node.js apps should be fairly backwards compatible with Deno pretty soon. So, yeah, I don't know if we can do a Deno format on save. Because I think that's the other thing, is if I do format document with Deno, that adds it as well. So, can I do that? Deno. Yeah, exactly. But Deno has been out for years. One has been out for 3 months. I mean, has been public for 2 or 3 months. Deno.lint. True. Oh. Deno dot something on save? I'm going to enable this. VS Code format on save. Editor, format on save, true. And so now if I save it, yeah, okay. Nice, nice. What would make Deno better than Node? Built-in TypeScript support is really nice. Let's talk about it for a second, because I know there are a lot of people that are new to Deno. But yeah, let's talk about it. So it calls itself a modern runtime. One of the main things is that it provides web platform functionality and adopts web platform standards. So the way you can see that in action is the fact that I have to have file extensions on every single one of my imports. If you've ever worked in a TypeScript app or a React app or anything that's using some sort of build tool, you'll know that you can actually like leave these off. However, that is not a browser standard. That is Webpack or ESBuild or some build tool kicking in that's like, oh, I actually know what you mean there. So it's a nice developer feature to be able to leave those off, but like technically, if you were to try and load that import directly into a browser that supports ECMAScript modules, it wouldn't be able to import it. So a lot of the things that Deno does adhere to the actual web standard. So if you look at the ECMAScript specification where it talks about ECMAScript modules, that's the standard that they're following here. The other thing is you have a lot of browser-based things built in because it's part of the standard as well. So like you have access to fetch as a global object. I mean, I know you get that in Node now, but they only got that a few months ago. Everything in Deno is much closer to the actual browser spec. So that's one thing. The other thing is secure by default. So when you run a Deno script, if that script tries to access the network, you specifically have to say this script is allowed to access the network. If that script accesses the file system, you specifically have to say, yes, this script can access the file system. If that script tries to access environment variables, you specifically have to say that script is doing that. So it's much more transparent as to what a script is doing, and will block scripts from doing the things that you have not allowed them to do. So for example, if we look at how I'm running this app, we allow environment variables, and I guess that's it. It doesn't even need file system access. I guess technically it does need... Oh, wait. Is -A everything? Oh, man. Are we just allowing every permission? It might have came generated by that. But you may not know this, but in the Node.js world, any script you run with Node has access to everything. It can access the network. It can access any file on your system. Like, it doesn't have to just stay in the directory that the script is running in. If you did an npm install of something and that dependency is running in your app, technically that dependency could do anything that Node can do. In Deno, it can't, unless you specifically allow those things. The other thing is we get TypeScript out of the box. You also see that I don't even have a tsconfig.json. You can just start writing TypeScript code and it supports it out of the box. They have like I just showed, they have a formatter, and basically a code standard that they're trying to push to anybody using Deno so that things are more consistent across projects. You know, in the JavaScript world and Node world, like, things are very fragmented. And then also there's a standard library. Like, people have always mentioned, like, oh, JavaScript should have a standard library. The way Deno architects things is anything that isn't in the runtime itself or isn't a browser standard gets put into their STD namespace. And it gives you things like crypto and file system access and all of the stuff that are like Node.js built-ins. Now you actually have a standard library that you pull these from. So there's a lot of cool things about Deno. People are using it in production. I would say the one issue, though, is the ecosystem. And that's really the most friction we've had is because not everything on NPM is supported in Deno yet, we've had to do a lot of work to make sure things are working or to get things working with Deno. And that's really the main thing right now is, like, if there's a favorite NPM package you have, it might not work with Deno yet. Yeah. Now talk about how fast Bun is. Yeah, it's super interesting, though. Because, I mean, like, so here's the thing. People are using Deno in production. It's actually been out for years now. More recently, like, if you look at their blog, they talked about how now they're going to make a commitment to making it faster. But the thing is, like, speed has not been the main thing that they're trying to achieve here. They're overall just trying to make a better ecosystem for JavaScript and TypeScript development. But they did release a blog post, and they're like, well, you know what? Like, under the hood, it's actually written with Rust. So technically, if they do things in the right way, they could actually make it really fast because everything is happening through Rust, which is natively compiled, and you can do really fast things with it. So if you look at this blog post, big changes ahead for Deno, they mention that they're gonna put a lot of effort into making it fast. So that's a thing as well. And I do think that they can reach speeds as to, like, what Bun is claiming, and they support a whole lot more. I mean, I've talked about it in the past, but, like, Bun is very early days. Like, there's still a lot they need to implement and add to get it to have the same feature parity, to reach feature parity, like with Node or even Deno. Deno is, like, very close to feature parity with Node. Now they can just focus on, like, making things fast and stuff. Yeah, and everything's based on is dinosaurs, and that's cool because I like dinosaurs. Who doesn't like dinosaurs? Yeah. Netlify uses it for serverless functions? I don't know. Maybe you can deploy a Deno serverless function? I have no idea. Or are you saying they use Bun for serverless functions? I don't know. And then, yeah, there was a release. Actually, I don't even know. This was released yesterday, apparently. Let's see what's new. The caching web API. Oh. Oh. We could definitely use this in our Fresh app. And then Supabase uses Deno for edge functions? Wow. Wow. What's the difference between edge and Lambda? So Lambda, I would say, is synonymous with serverless. An edge function is to a serverless function. However, the architecture with edge is you take your one serverless function that would have only existed on one server somewhere. Like, let's say it's hosted on AWS. And now you take it and you deploy it all over the world. So you have an instance of that serverless function in the US. You have one in Europe. You have one in Asia. And it's basically, it's like a CDN, but a CDN for serverless functions instead of a CDN for static files. That's what the edge is. Your serverless functions as close to your end users as possible. Yeah, and it's probably definitely more nuanced than that. But that, I think at a high level, that covers it. Web crypto, that's cool. They've added a new allow system access permission flag. So if you want to access network interfaces, host name, operating system, you have to add this flag. Interesting. And so now that they're working on NPM support, there's this new flag which will actually create a node modules directory. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so if you want the permissions, you just specify the flags when you run it. So right now, because I have my deno.json and I can just say start, behind the scenes, I'm doing -a, which literally allows all permissions. I think this should still work. Cool. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, there are a bunch of different flags you can specify. Performance improvements. Cool. Awesome. I get what you're saying, Codex, but here's the thing. Like, if here's the one place where I see it working. Like, let's say you add a dependency. So let's say you've already set up the permissions that you want to allow, and then let's say you go in and you add a dependency that you didn't think was going to access the file system, or you didn't think was going to do one of the things that you haven't allowed yet. The moment you add that dependency, Deno's going to yell and say, hey, this dependency is trying to do something that you didn't expect. I see what you're saying, though, that, like, for the most part, most apps need to access all of this stuff, but this does allow you to write things in a much more secure context, because you can be hyper aware of what your dependencies are doing. Whereas in the node world, we just don't care. We just don't do anything. Lambda functions are AWS's names for something as a service. Functions as a service. Edge function as a service. Edge functions are Vercel's name for their functions as a service. Oh no, I disagree. So Vercel has edge functions and serverless functions. They separate that out because technically edge functions require more deployment and more resources because that edge function has to exist all around the world. Yeah. True, Codex. Yeah. I'm not saying they won't, but I see it as a feature used by enterprise, used by large corporations that are really, really picky about their dependencies. I used to work at a large corporation, and they were really picky about dependencies and licenses and stuff like that. So to me, it's just it's a feature that won't necessarily be used by everyone, but the people that care about it will definitely use it. And it's one more reason for them to use this over Node.js. That's my argument. I don't know. I don't know if you can set permissions per dependency yet. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Codex, and I agree with that. Like, sometimes people just don't review, and they're just like, sure. Yeah. Cool. All right, we have not written any code. Let's fix this error. So, when we're rendering the specific page to edit a list by an ID, I want to find the specific list with that ID. And then I need to update this type here. So I could say something like list edit props. And this is going to have a user object, which is of type user with social profiles or null. And then we also have list, which is of type spot list. Something like this. Cool. We're going to say that this is a user with social profiles. And this is a spot list. Like that. That should give us access to it. For now, let's just throw like a big ol' H2 right here with the list name. So we can use these props, these list edit props. And then now data.user should be a thing. And then right here, inside this H2, we should be able to do data.list.name. Let's see what happens. The code runs. Refresh the page. Top 10 parks in Denver. That's what I like to see. That's ultimately what we've done is when this page renders, it has access to the list from the database. One thing we could do, though, is say, like, if the list wasn't found, we could actually handle that in the render. Like, if the list is undefined here, we'll say that this is optional. So if list is undefined, then we actually want to show a not found. So if data.list exists, do all the stuff we normally do. But if it doesn't exist, just throw a little error. It's not found. Cool. So this loads, but if I change the URL, it'll just say list not found. Let's actually show a little error box instead. If you look at our 404 page, yeah, so we actually have that component already. We have this component called alert. I would rather use that. So we can import this from components. Like that. And then the message is list not found. Nice. Though that's not quite what I wanted. I guess really I might want this. It's a very tall error, yeah. I might want this. Yeah, like that. First try. And so when I go here, it loads the list, but when I go here, it says list not found. That's good. Okay, good enough. Now let's actually pass this list down to our sidebar. So I'm going to create a prop called list that gets access to that list. Right now it's going to complain because our sidebar component doesn't have a prop called list. But let's create some props for it. Sidebar props. And we'll have a list which is of type spot list. And then we should get access to the list and say that this is of type sidebar props, like that. And then at the top of the drawer here is where we will put like a little H2 with the list name. So now you can see that this is loading inside the sidebar, and this is that one from the parent. We'll remove it from the parent because we just want to show it inside of the sidebar. This is better. So now that's inside the sidebar. We'll probably go with like an H3 as well. We'll bring it down a little bit. Better. Now, let's get the functionality working where we add some spots. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, modern PHP is pretty good. There's lots of good stuff, especially like if you're using like Laravel. I almost said Laura Beans because I see Melinda Beans. Melinda Beans, thank you very much for that sub. I don't know if I missed that, but thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, JavaScript code can be just as bad as PHP code. I agree with that. I've never heard of utensils. Let's check it out. Oh, you made it. This is by you. A naked component library for building accessible, light, on-brand applications. Oh. Oh. I get a button? Oh, this is super interesting. I haven't looked at. I have not looked at libraries like this, but I think what this is doing is this basically gives you components to start from if you're building out your own component library. That's why you call it naked, because you still have to style it yourself, but it gives you all the things that you would want if you were building out your own custom button component, like rendering a certain type of thing and all of that. It's pretty cool. I'll have to check that out eventually. Don't use headings for their sizes. It matters for accessibility. CSS is better for this. Okay, raise that something. You don't have to say yikes. You could be a bit nicer about it. I see what you're saying, though, that headings are used for accessibility. And because we have the title there, that's technically going to be one of the things that a screen reader looks at. Yeah, and I've never claimed to be an accessibility expert, so I think it makes sense that it potentially is an H2. This could even be an H1. I don't use any beard oil. All right, let's get some stuff working. So right now, no worries, raise that something. I just want to remind you to be inclusive with your language, because if this were a code review, that's not a good way to start it, because it's like, oh man, I'm a horrible person. I don't know what I'm doing. My code is bad, but I get what you're saying. You need to have an H1 and an H2 in order to have an H3. Yeah, I'm curious though, is this even a header tag? It's an H4. I think technically it should be an H1. I think you're right about that. Because if a screen reader comes to this page, I want it to read this first. That makes sense. And then if we want to style it, so we're using Bootstrap right now, and I believe they have some built-in classes for text sizing, typography. It just styles them by default. Oh yeah, I knew exactly what you meant. It's just you started it off with a very abrasive word is all I was saying. And you can see me now, I'm trying to fix it. I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do this. But now H1 is like, it is too big. And then if I want some styles, it doesn't look like, I mean, does Bootstrap, I think Bootstrap has utility classes for sizing. Typography? Ah. Oh, you're right. We still have Tailwind. But regardless, I think if I do, so I want it to be an H1, but I want it to be the size of an H3. That's what we want. All right. Are we? Have I done it? Am I more accessible now? That should do it. So the screen reader sees it as an H1, but visually it appears as an H3. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Raise that something. All right. I want to zoom in a little bit closer to where the user actually is. Because right now, I just have a default zoom level on the map. So if you look at our map component, !project, you'll get a link to everything that we're working on. 2 minutes lost to bike shedding. I mean, I would argue 11 days lost due to bike shedding. That's what every one of these episodes turns into, is we just start arguing over the most mundane things. But it's fine. We've learned a ton. I really I want to take all of my learnings from this app and make a blog post of all the things we covered, because I mean, honestly, like I'm fairly happy with the layout and the code base. Like this is architecture that I'm somewhat proud of. I know there's a lot of things that need to be fixed or rearranged, but for the most part, the reason we did so much bike shedding is because we're just trying our best, you know, like we're trying to write some really good code. All right, islands, we have our map. Right now, the map automatically centers to the United States. Port it to. I think that's even more. Even more bike shedding. Yak shaving, bike shedding, are those synonymous? Regardless, you can see that the center of the map is hard coded. Now, we need to make a decision. Do I use the geolocation API built into the browser? The user would have to allow the permissions, and then we could center there. Otherwise, we like center to the world or something like that. Or like we can make this the default center if they don't allow permissions, or we call a geolocation API on the backend, so when the page is rendered, it will have those coordinates ready to go. I kind of want to call a geolocation API just because that's one, like, I honestly don't like it when sites have the pop-up that's like, give me your location. And for this app, we don't need exact location. Because ultimately I live in Denver, but so I could be creating a list for New York City or for Seattle or for Houston or something like that. So I see. So yak shaving is more productive version typically. Yak shaving is like bike shedding with the purpose of setting a foundation to solve for a bigger issue. So we've actually, I feel like with that definition, we've done a lot of yak shaving. I favor a button to ask to open the pop-up. Okay. Open the map to wherever the last time they used it at. I like that. And we don't even have to store that on our backend. Like, basically, that's a front-end thing. Like, as the user navigates here, we constantly save the center location to local storage. So let's see if we can do that right now. So right now, we have an event listener for when the map gets clicked. Do we have an event for center? Drag end. And then event dot location? Yeah, we can keep yak shaving about bike shaving. It's super meta at this point. Get yeah, that makes sense. Map.get map.value.get map get center. And then this gives us back a lat-longe. And then at this point, just put it in local storage. To be the reason I hesitate is because no, it's fine, Austin. It's pretty funny. But the reason I hesitate is because if someone is working on two different lists, technically the center should be saved separately for one list versus the other. But if I want to save it based on ID, now the map actually needs access to what the list ID is. And if I want that, then I either need a signal or I need to pass it down as a prop so that when I save it to... we store the data so we can sell it. So when I put it in local storage, like I would like there to be an ID so that way we pull the ID... Here's the thing. I can do it. I just don't want to. I don't. I think for now, here's the idea. Here's a better idea. For now, we stay centered on the United States. Once someone adds a spot, now we center based on the center location of all of the spots in the list. That's the winner, right? That's the winner. So right now, this is the default. But if we have spots in the list, we center to the spots. That's it. Okay, so we won't even think about that for now. I don't think like a manager? What do you mean? Oh, because I'm not trying to make money with this? Yeah, I mean... it just all goes... I feel like I need to make a Coding Garden manifesto or like a Coding Garden... I don't know, like the values that I have and the values of the channel, because I am very anti-advertisement. I'm very anti being fake or canned. And I mean, the more you watch me, the more you'll realize that, if not subconsciously, like, I don't explicitly say these things, but I don't know. So yeah, it's less of a manager standpoint and more of a business standpoint. I mean, that's okay. You're right. Look, you're right. That's one one advertisement. InstaFluff, what's up, dude? Thanks for being here. Shouts out to InstaFluff, who invented the drop game. This thing here. Everyone type drop me. Oh, that's gonna be a good drop. Look at that. Bam. If it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. But definitely drop InstaFluff a follow. They too share similar values and are also a very nice and wholesome place to hang out. But yeah, the Book of Virtues. Maybe I can do something like that. But it was really funny that somebody did this because yes, technically this is an ad. If you click that link, you might give me some money. Like I said, for the most part, I'm anti-advertisement. Well, and that's the other issue is like I don't really have control over Twitch advertising. I can't completely disable it. Do I have the new shoutout command? I thought that was only on certain. Oh, I need to update my shoutout command to do this. Check this out. I don't know if you knew this exists, InstaFluff, but now that I've done that, there should be. I thought there was like an overlay, so people can click on that and then instantly give you a follow. I thought. Does anyone see the pop-up that says drop? Oh, yeah. So because I'm already following, I don't see it. But yeah, anyone else is gonna see a little pop-up here that they have instantly a button they can click on to click follow. Click that button. Click it right now. But yeah, if you don't see it, that means you're already following InstaFluff. Yeah. If you want to give creators money, use a different platform. It's true. Yeah, I coded this here on stream. And Fruple, thank you very much for that sub gift. If you tuned in, yeah, no worries, InstaFluff, you deserve it. Yeah, if you tuned in last week, we did some updates to the overlay to allow more country flags and stuff. Essentially, like, at least once a week, we work on overlays and stuff. Okay. I have Vulture Bike. These days, I only stream on Twitch, so it makes sense to just have Twitch chat, but I think David is here right now. He works on Dis Stream Chat, or Dis Twitch Chat? I don't know what it's called. I'm sorry, David, if you're still here. But it's essentially that, like, they took a lot of inspiration from my chat overlay, but it integrates Discord chat and Twitch chat all in one. So, yeah. All right, we're getting distracted now. You can click his name and see a follow button, too. That took years to add. It's true, though. Click InstaFluff's name. When are you streaming next, InstaFluff? Feel free to shout yourself out. People can tune in. All right, I digress. Sunday. Again. Go follow our friend. Tune in on Sunday. All right. Here we go. Let's think through this. When I click on the list, so I'm going to start making a list of places to visit in Denver. So in Denver, there is this restaurant called Casa Bonita. And it is right around here, I think. Here. We'll get there. So this is why we need a search, but Casa Bonita, Pretty House, yes, but if you've ever watched South Park, there's specifically an episode of... Oh, no, it's this way, because it's to the right of all... There it is. There's specifically an episode of South Park where Cartman really... I mean, most people, and all the kids, really want to go to Casa Bonita, but Cartman does some really horrible things to his friends to try and just get to Casa Bonita. But you saw what just happened. When I click here, it added a little card with the latitude, longitude. What I actually want to happen is when I click here, I want to see a little like edit form pop up. I want this to say like place name, description, and then have specifically the latitude, longitude of the spot that I just clicked on. And then there should be a button that says like save. And then when I click save, that adds that spot to this list. So that's the idea. Yeah, and it's so right now it's closed. They had a bunch of trouble during the pandemic, and they went bankrupt. But the creators of South Park bought it, and they're remodeling, revamping the entire place. So when it opens, I'm definitely gonna go check it out. Yeah, we're gonna add that next Korean cat. But for now, I just want to be able to click the map, get a little form. So right now, when I click the map, that gets added to places, which is a signal, and then right now we just show a list item with just that latitude, longitude. But what I want actually is a form that has the name and description. I'm going to copy out my this code. Let's look at this. Oh, wow. All right, I'm going to copy this component. So this is called the list form. I'm going to call this the spot form. And then we'll rework it so that it works for spots. Probably heard my phone vibrate. I don't think it was an Xbox notification. Did Google forbid saving maps data? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, so we have the spot form, and I'll rename this to spot form. We're gonna have to revamp all of this like post request stuff. So like I'm gonna comment this out for now because this will be making a post request against a separate endpoint. For now, it'll just validate the name and the description. So let's update this to be spot. So we've got the name, enter a spot name. The name of your spot, I think, is all the help text that we want. And then you can have a description, easy. A quick description of your spot so people can understand why it is on this list. Something like that. And instead of create, this will just be a save button. Okay, so we have this form. It's going to need some updating. But for now, let's pull that form into the sidebar. So anytime there is a place, we'll have the form. And I think we actually will conditionally render the form. So like if it's a new spot that hasn't been saved yet, we show the form. But if you've already saved it, then it just shows like a card. And then you can click edit on the card to turn it into a form. We'll get there, but for now, we're just going to add the spot form. And we're going to import that in. From @/component @/islands/spot form, like that. Refresh. So we go here to Denver. Oh, wow. Sorry. We go to Denver. We click around and about where it'll be, and then now we have this little form where we can put in more info. So this is like Casa Bonita, description, Mexican restaurant with cliff divers and free sopapillas. Okay, the idea here is if I click save, that needs to actually associate this spot with the current list that we're editing. Which makes me think we actually need kind of like two running lists. We have a list of new things that haven't been saved yet. Because the other thing is, like, if I click over here, that's going to give me a whole nother form. Or like this. So now we have like 3 forms on the page. Obviously, I need to update the styling here. But when I click save, that should make it so that it looks read-only, and then there's like an edit button. There's probably, yeah, there's Sopapilla? I don't know. Regardless. And then actually right now, if I click on it, then they like move around. Yeah, so we will definitely make the sidebar a little bit wider. Yeah, I'm currently at 100%. The sidebar has a width of 80. Let's double that. Nice. Nice. Also, each of these list items, I want a little bit of spacing around. So like margin bottom 1. Even more. 2. And margin, yeah, margin bottom 2. We haven't really figured out what the that's not Tailwind. This is Bootstrap. I don't even think, I mean, it might actually be, it's right now it's both because I have both of them running. But yeah. Okay. Could we make the form appear right next to the added pin on the map? So we talked about this. Let me look at how we were designing this thing. Click a map to add a spot. Editor appears in the sidebar. Click a spot in the list to move map to that point and set current in editor. That's actually what we want. There's not going to be a form for every single one, but whichever one is focused will be the one that we're editing or saving. I think that's a better UI. So does that mean above the list we put the spot form based on what we're currently editing? If editing spot, then we show the form and we can pass that down to it like that. But editing spot will just be like a little state variable. Yeah, and that's what we're doing right now. Raise that something is basically there'll be one form on the page that, depending on which one you click on, will be the current active one. And so we want use state. That's going to come from Preact hooks. Cool. So this starts off as null, and then when you click a spot on the map, we want to set the current one that we're editing. I guess technically this should be a signal then too, rather than state, because the map needs to communicate with the component that's beside it. Let's think through that. So, oh no, we're not. No, we're not. Did I say a view term? I meant signal. What did I say? But this is all Preact. Signals are in Preact. I think what I want is editing place, and this will be, or editing spot. Initially, this is null. Let's think through the UI though, because here's the thing. If I click here, now I get this form. If I haven't clicked saved yet, when I click somewhere else, how do I prevent someone from clicking somewhere else and then now they've lost the ability to edit that one specific place that they're working on? I think which is why this would make sense to be, honestly, this would make sense to be a modal. I like that, Zyrus, where basically, like, if you click somewhere else, the previous one disappears. Because if you click somewhere else and you haven't saved yet, yeah, I like that idea. So basically, let's start fresh. So we're here. And then we add a spot. That will show the form. And now the map will be like disabled. We might show an overlay or something. Like, so now we're not listening for clicks anymore. Like if I click anywhere else, it shouldn't let me. Or if I click, it actually moves the current spot. Until I click save over here, which now locks it in, changes the color. I think that's a better UI. Where basically, right now, instead of adding multiple, we just move the existing one until it's saved. And then when it's saved, it's locked in. I like that better. And so spot will be a spot. Yeah, that's definitely the one. So spot will import from DB. And this can be spot or null. Starts off as null. Okay. So now we have our editing spot signal. On the map, well, not on the map. In the sidebar, we don't need this local state variable anymore because we're using the signal. The signal is essentially like think of it like context, where it's being managed at a parent level, but these two different components can both modify and use it. And so if we just import editing spot from @/signals, now we can say editing spot. Do I have to access .value? Like that. Cool. And then when you click on the map, we need to determine if editing spot is actually a thing. So we'll import that signal as well over here on the map. And then when you click, instead of just pushing into the places array, we'll come back to that. Honestly, I don't think we would even modify that array because it only gets pushed in on say. But regardless, I'll comment it out for now. But when you click, we'll say if editing spot doesn't have a value, then we're going to set it. And then also, I'm not going to do this local storage stuff anymore. So we'll say editing spot dot value is a new spot where latitude is event dot lat_longe dot lat longitude dot longe, like that. Why is this complaining? It's because I'm missing a bunch of properties. And actually, I think I need to define an interface for like the spot that exists on the front end, which doesn't have, before it's created, it doesn't have like created at, updated at, it doesn't have an ID. I just have a spot. This has name, list ID, description, latitude, longitude. Let's call this spot properties. This is going to be an object that has all of these things on it. And the spot table will have those. So I spread them into there. But also I will have another interface called spot, which only has the spot properties, not ID and timestamps. And then we create the interface here. Oh, we're gonna have to modify this too because our database is storing them differently, but we'll come back to that. We'll export both of these. Okay, so now, what's up, Lifeless? Welcome in. So now this will be complaining about all the other things, but we can now pass all this stuff in. But give it an initial value. So a list ID, we'll have to grab that from somewhere. User ID, we'll grab that from somewhere. Description, we'll grab that, and then we just specified latitude, longitude. So, oh, that's wrong too. So list ID actually shouldn't be a number. List ID needs to be a string because it's a GUID, global unique identifier. Is extend a thing I can do? Because I never could find that in the docs, but that would be great if I could do that, because that will clean this up a bit. You can add additional fields to an object schema with the extend method. Okay. So if I do this, then instead of spreading it, I can say spot dot extend like that. Yeah? That's nicer. I think that's it. So yeah, so sorry I'm missing the chats. I'm just trying to get some work done. But the database is Postgres. And the backend is actually, you'll get a bunch of info if you check out the repo. Yeah, check out the repo. So if you look at the GitHub repo, the README describes a lot of the stuff. So we're using Postgres, but we're using a library called Keasley. The backend framework is this thing called Fresh. That's a whole thing in and of itself, which it is in turn using Preact. And Preact is a smaller alternative to React, but also it's starting to become its own thing because they now have signals and they're going to be getting some other stuff. But basically, if you know React, you know Preact. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the link for Keasley. Thank you all. You all are being very helpful. All right, why is this complaining? Let me update my signal to make sure this is the right type. Yeah, I don't want the default export. I want the named export spot, which doesn't have ID and created at, updated at on it. So now I set the value. Name is missing in type. That makes sense too. The DB is Postgres. Locally, I'm running a Docker container, and then for the deployed app, I'm just using a Supabase database because they give you a Postgres database for free. We were using, what's that thing called? Railway? But then I ran out of free hours. Yeah, I maxed out the free plan. So we switched to Supabase because they give you a Postgres database. So I'm not using any of the features of Supabase on the deployed site. I'm just using the fact that they give us a Postgres database. Okay. If the editing spot doesn't have a value, I guess we always want to fly to that latitude, longitude. But if the editing spot doesn't have a value, we set the value. If it does have a value, we only want to set the latitude, longitude. Like this. It's always interesting to think about, like, what's the quickest way to get there? I needed to write these 2 lines of code, but what my brain did was it had me like delete those lines and then like use keyboard shortcuts to delete those lines. Would it have been faster to just type this out? Maybe. But here's the idea, and this should give us that functionality where if we click in one spot on the list, that's going to, and actually we can give it a name as like test, so we should be able to see that in the editing form. Oh, we'll need to pull those values into the editing form, but when I click on the map, it's going to create this spot, and then if I click again, because the spot already exists, it's actually just going to change its latitude longitude, which should put it on somewhere else on the map. So let's check it out. Let's say I put the spot there. Now we actually need to show it. So before I was iterating over the list of places. Now I need to actually just specifically render out that spot instead of iterating over the list of places. Yeah, so instead of, well, we could do both. But we could say if editing spot has a value, then we want to add a marker at that position. And so it's going to be an array, and also, thank you very much for that resub, with latitude and longitude, like that. So now when I click, it should still, yeah, so it puts it on the map. But what this gives us is if I click somewhere else, it should have changed the value. It didn't. Yeah, when I click somewhere else, technically I'm modifying. This is interesting though. So because I'm only overriding 2 properties, I probably need to do a spread here. And so this gets into like the fact that this still wants the state to be immutable, but I'm overriding those 2 properties. So instead of just directly editing those 2 properties, I technically need to set it to a new object with all of the existing properties with the new latitude, longitude. So I can click here, and then if I click here, editing spot is a signal. Just log this. Set editing to be that. The latitude longitude is getting updated on that object, but the render is not seeing that a value has been updated. So down here, this doesn't see that the signal value has changed. For now, I'm also just going to get rid of that places array, because we're not using that anywhere. I don't want that to confuse anything. So we'll get rid of places entirely. Over here too. And then in the sidebar, I think we were accessing places. Okay. So marker isn't reactive, but editing spot value is. So when this changes, it should re-render with a new marker. I mean, the other aspect, I mean, even just to see this working, like technically, I should be able to set this to null, and then the thing should just disappear. So what this should do is that the first time I click, it should show it, and then if I click somewhere else, it should disappear, which it does. And then if I click again, it should add a new one. Okay, what if I set it to null, and then I set it to... unless I do add to again, it won't happen. Well, the re-render should technically, on unmount of marker, remove itself, and then there should be a re-render that renders it renders the value next. Yeah, here's a really weird hack that will likely work. If I just do even like a set timeout of 0, I bet this would work. Because this is like on next tick, so render it as null, and then on next tick, render it with a value. I don't need a marker. Add a cross and freeze the map. Look, this will work though, see? This works, but why does it work? And here's the thing, it's not a set timeout with like a 10 milliseconds. It literally is just a on next render, use that value. So is this bad? Is this horrible? Should I not do this? It has to do with signals. It has to do with the fact that I'm modifying this signal value, and it's not getting the latest value for some reason. I see perfectly working code. One thing we can do is we can look at the implementation of the marker component, but what I believe is they have a on component unmount or whatever. They literally say map.remove marker. Well, welcome in, Electrothermal. Happy weekend to you. Let's look up that library. So it's Preact leaflet ts. And then we can specifically see how they implement marker. Well, they have this meta function called create layer. My guess is create layer does the remove on unmount. Component did mount, add it to the map. Component will unmount, remove it from the map. I agree with that, Austin Gill, and that's a good point. Like, basically, for anybody that comes across this code later, why are we doing this set timeout? Set signal value on next render. That's what we're doing. So by doing this set timeout thing, it'll render first with null, which unmounts it. Oh, good call, Zatrip. Yeah, that's exactly it. It is not, yes. You're totally right. Because we're updating the value, these are not reactive for the marker. Like, the marker doesn't get re-rendered. It stays on the map. We technically would need to, like, get access to the internal marker thing to set its internal properties. You're totally right. Yeah, like, even though we're replacing the value, like, we're not re-rendering that marker. I mean, technically they have this component did update implemented, which should update the internal props of, like, the layer. So, like, this dot layer, its latitude longitude properties need to be updated whenever it gets a new value. And apparently that's not happening with this. What is add listener from props, remove listener from props? Yeah, I mean, they're using classes because, I mean, you could implement this with, what's it called? Functional components. I honestly like how explicit the did update will unmount, whereas if you were doing this with functional components and use effect, the code would, I think, be a little bit messier. But let's look at this add listeners from props. What is that even doing? Manage listeners. Get provided event listeners. For each. What is inst? Map at the given type. Call it IC. What we need right here, not in here, is on component did update. Technically, we need to iterate through the props and then update them on the layer. Oh, thanks, me, not Santa. I've gone 2.5 hours without my break time. I should take a pause. I should take a break, but really the fix for this is to update their library. Like, component did update could reach in and update the internal layer with its props. Because it's not doing that, we have to do this. We have to say, remove it, and then re-add it. And this is good enough for now. So set signal value on next render. Preact leaflet does not update internal props. So that's why we're doing it this way. I guess technically, do I really even need to spread it? I don't think I even need to spread it. I could just do this. We can call this the new spot. Let me just update this really quick. Longitude. Longitude. And then this gets really simple because we can just say new spot. Like that. Set signal value on next render. Preact leaflet does not update internal props. Cool. This should work same way. Cool. I could set a key on the element. Would that work? Where the key is the latitude, longitude, and then Preact would know to re-render it. That's actually kind of awesome because now we're actually learning why we need a key on a map inside of React. If this works, that is beautiful. That is like we just learned the virtual DOM if this works. But by doing that, now I should be able to do this. Editing spot.value is This guy learns. Okay, so we update the value to have a new latitude, longitude, and then we tell the virtual DOM, hey, the key has changed, re-render this thing. Let's see. Let's see. That's so cool. That's it. Okay, yeah. So we've informed the virtual DOM. We're like, hey, bud, you need to re-render this thing. Yeah, that's a way better solution. Thank you, Zach Rip. Cool. Yeah. Look, and we all learned something today. Yeah, now we're unmounting it and remounting it. That's sick. Yeah, I'm in Denver. That's why I keep clicking on Denver. I am. Yeah. Wow. Hat tip. Really good for resetting forms too. So literally the only place I've ever used the key prop, and probably a lot of React developers, is when you're doing a map. Like, and that's why you need a key on your elements in a map, because the virtual DOM needs to know when that list changes, which item that was rendered corresponds to the new item in the new render. Whereas in this scenario, it's like we're telling it that it needs to re-render. Yeah. Sure, Austin. Yeah. DM me on Discord. We can grab a tea or a beer, depending on what time of day it is. I'd be happy to hang out. Yeah, mind explaining that again? Okay, so I explained it again. Let me know if that helped. But ultimately, this key prop is used by the virtual DOM. So in React, in this case in Preact, when this thing renders, it basically runs this function. So you can see this function returns some JSX. Ultimately, that returns a tree of nodes. So there's a tree that has like map, and then its subchildren is tile layer, and then its subchild is marker. And then now it takes that tree, looks at the DOM, and decides what has changed and what do I need to update. Before we added that prop, it looked at the two things, and I mean, technically the position prop changed. So technically this did change, and internally there was a re-render. But in order to get this to work, we need to unmount it and remount it. And by changing the key, that tells the virtual DOM that, hey, we need to just unmount the component and then remount it with the new data. Ultimately, that's what's happening there. Okay. Don't forget to update env sample. You just trying to get me to leak environment variables? Oh no, you're totally right. Let me hide my screen for just a second. We need the map tile URL. Is that all we need? Oh, and cookie secret. Yeah, thank you for that. Cool. Yeah, so those are in there now. Austin says, I think it's the same issue that can happen if you have a route component that links to another route with the same component. Yeah, so these days you would just like put the route param in the dependency array of a use effect, because that would make it rerun if the route changes. But I think this is like a similar thing. Yeah. Why is the overlay stuck? Oh, just because there's so many messages since the last time. So it takes a second before it can... I mean, technically what I should do is I could make this overlay reset when it's not visible. But that does take a second to spin it up because it has to get the most recent few thousand messages. So if I go here, I'll go over here, and then it'll take a second before... Honestly, I prefer it if you can just see what it already was. Okay. I wish I understood what you were waffling about. It's fine. Spend some time in React, and it'll make a bit more sense. I've been writing React for 5 years at this point. Almost 6 years. So hot reloading is interesting. I mean, I'll add it to the list of to-dos, but like the reason we don't have hot reloading is because Fresh is all about server-side rendering. Like, basically, it renders this page, and it has no reason to refresh it or hot reload it, I guess, unless there are islands. And because these are islands, we would benefit from hot reloading. I don't even know how I could set it up, but I'll put it on the stretch features. Hot reload islands. Okay. I've been writing React for 0 years, but I feel I know it thanks to you. I'm glad to hear that, Mark. You've learned through osmosis. That was a word we used the other day, was osmosis. Like you're being exposed to it so much that you learn it. Okay, now I think we're in a good spot, because now that wherever I click, updating the latitude longitude, now this form needs to make sure that it's using that data. So if we go to the spot form, we will give it a prop called spot. Bunch of warnings right now, but that's okay. So we want the spot. And if we have a interface, spot form props. This is going to be of type spot. And we want it from there. Good. And we can say that these are of type spot form props. And then now, when this component mounts, name should be spot.name or description.name. And I think when we render it, it should have that value. So over here, we click the map, that sets the signal, which makes the sidebar then render this. So it should actually pull that in. So you can see whenever we click, we're giving it the name test and a description of test. So what I would expect is now, because we're setting those initial state values, when I click, the form should have those values. And it does, but I accidentally put it on error instead of where are we? Spot form. Instead of the actual thing. And I guess that's, well, okay, so here is a reason to use controlled inputs. So the way we were handling this form for creating a list was we actually didn't have controlled inputs. We weren't binding the value on the input. In this case, I think we want to, because I want to be able to set an initial value whenever the form renders. Yeah. Coding jargon. Close the unused tabs. Yeah, you're right. Close all others. Well, here's the thing. We talked about. I mean, obviously, like this form is different than. This form is different than the list form, but we're gonna have some state. So let's just call this the editing spot. Set editing spot. This will have an initial value of spot.name and spot.description. Though technically I don't even need that because they start off as empty. However, when we will need this is if I'm editing an existing one, I want to pre-populate the form with that. So yeah, it makes sense that we should do this. And then now we will have on the input, we'll actually bind the value to be editing spot.name. All right. And then on the text area, we set it to editing spot.description. And then also, whenever there is a change here, we want to update it. So this is going to change our... Sorry, I keep jumping around like that. Change our little function here. So it's going to do two things. It will set errors, because when we update the input, we want to clear out the error if there was one. But also, we will set editing spot. And then this will give us the event, and we actually want this to be event.target.value. Event.currentTarget.value. There we go. And so we want to do a very similar thing on the other input, but for the description property instead. Okay. Now, when this renders, it'll have those pre-populated values. We're actually going to remove those, but this helps later on. I'll have a list of spots, and when I click on one to edit, that will pre-populate the form like this. Cool. Yeah, we could use something like React hook form, but I think there's only 2 form fields, right? I guess technically latitude, longitude would be a separate one. Let's show that here. So yeah, we have the description. And then I kind of want just like a read-only helper text. Yeah, like I think that's what I wanted. That's what I was thinking, Mark, is like a disabled input that shows the latitude, longitude. So I'm just going to copy this input, throw it below the description. Form group. And I want the label as well. Oh, and it's in a field set. We'll update all of that. So we also need a field set. Let's take a quick stretch. We haven't taken a stretch this whole stream. Jones Joseph, thank you very much for that prime, who says, always enjoy learning new things. Appreciate you. Okay, field set is technically the parent. And these are outside of that. And that goes there. And that goes there. Okay. But now we'll have an input. This will be, I guess we'll call it location. This will be spot location. And the value is just an array with the latitude, longitude. So we'll say editing spot dot spot should have name, description, latitude, longitude. Oh, this needs to be of type spot. And then it will complain because we're missing. I mean, technically, just spread the spot. There you go. Spread that. That should be fine. But now we get access to latitude and longitude. And then all of this gets simpler because it's just a form control. The name is location. And then there's no description and no placeholder. Okay. Now, when I click, we see the latitude, longitude, but we want to disable it. It should just be disabled. Yeah, so now I can't click it. but I can see what the value is. So if I move around, we're seeing that that is not actually updating. And so if I want that to update, I actually need a use effect to watch that value. So right now, when this component loads, it has the initial value of spot. But as I click around, that is changing. The spot that got passed in is changing. So I technically want to update my state to have the latest value there. So let's just do a little use effect that watches for changes on the spot. Trying to think now though. Technically, couldn't I just use the signal instead of passing in a prop? And then if I use the signal, I don't need the state here. And instead of having to call the set state, I could just modify the signal. You might be hearing my fan. I don't have a way to control that, but yeah, the mic is really close to the fan. So if this took you X hours to build in React, how long would it take in Vue? Oh, I don't think there's a comparison here just because there's so many other things that aren't Preact. Like, we just spent so much time trying to find a good database driver, trying to figure out OAuth, trying to figure out cookies. None of that has to do with the actual like front-end tech, so that's really hard to answer. Okay, I think I've changed my mind. We actually don't even need, we don't need a state variable. We don't need props. We will just use the signal. I'm pretty sure we can just use the signal. So import editing spot. Like that. Then I don't need that use effect. I don't think anyways. And then here we can say editing spot.value is itself with the name attribute updated. Undefined is not assignable to type string. Types of property list ID are incompatible. What? I'm literally spreading its value. Yeah, okay. That at least fixes that. I really don't know why this is complaining. Let's really inspect this TypeScript error. Type description, string, name, list ID, string or undefined is not assignable to type. Name is incompatible. But it's always a string. Right? Editing spot is coming from I feel like it's holding. It has that old state value. I'm just going to close this file and then reload it. Here's these, like, I'm assigning it to itself. Like, I'm putting it back onto itself. And then it's telling me that name, okay, so the type where these properties are optional is not assignable to type. The type of description are incompatible. Type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. Oh, okay. Here's the issue. Editing spot.value might not have a value. That's why it's complaining. I was like, wait, what? Because it could be null. That's the issue. The value could be null, but ultimately this form isn't even going to render if the value is null, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. But that's basically what TypeScript wants me to do. Oh, I don't like that. It took me so long to figure out. Okay, now, moment of truth. Click here. Great. I'll have to update that value there, but that stuff is updating. And then now this down here needs to just grab editing spot dot value. Dot value. Could I not do... I've never seen that syntax. Let's see. Whoa! What is that syntax called, Dr. Oatmilk? I've literally never seen this. So, I mean, I can imagine it's like spread it if it has a value. Because if this didn't have a value, then you wouldn't be able to spread it. And that would be like a runtime error. Like, you can't spread null. I mean, tells TypeScript that you know this value exists. Ah, okay. Nice. Good to know. It's like, hey, TypeScript, this thing is going to have a value. I know it. Thank you for that, Dr. Oatmilk. I've literally never used that before. We're learning all kinds of things today. Useful things, too. Null check override. Okay, very cool. And then like that. Okay, this is the winner. We click here. We've got ourselves a latitude, longitude. I click here, the latitude, longitude updates. Wonderful. But the nice thing about this is like, okay, let's say I clicked there, but I actually wanted it like right here. You just click. Just click and it would readjust. Okay. We're close. Now. When I click, I do not want to set the name to test. I want it to be empty. And also, I want to pre-populate. Actually, I think it's okay for list ID to be empty, and user ID to be -1. So those two values, I'll set on the server side because. Or I'll set whenever we're making the request. Because you shouldn't trust this user ID property coming from the front end. The back end needs to set that based on the currently logged in user. Yeah. Okay. So all that does is it gives us a form that's not pre-filled. So that way, after I specifically find the spot that I want to put, I can give it a name. Wow, so cool. And then when I click save, send it to the backend. So that's the next thing. I need an API route that will add a spot to a given list. So let's look at our routes. We have API. We have lists. So if I make a actually we don't want lists. We want spots. So I'm actually going to create a new folder called spots. And then spots will have a post request that takes in a spot. Signal values are very similar to the context API. Yes, that's what you can compare them to. They're just way easier. easier. Okay. So this endpoint, so API/spots, making a post request against that will allow you to create a spot. We will be making sure that list ID is set on there. I guess we can have an entire validator. First of all, you can only create a spot if you're logged in, so we'll leave that there for now. We'll take the incoming body, and I actually want to validate it against spot. So spot is our Zod validator that makes sure that it has all of these properties. And then before we insert it into the database, we're doing it here because this is, and we don't want to go into spot list. We want to go into spot because this is one specific spot. We override the user ID so that whatever user made this post request, they're setting it to their specific. They own it. they're the owner of it. And now that I'm thinking about it, though, our Zod validator, we kind of want a. We want to validate that list ID is actually like a GUID, global unique identifier. Because if it's not, right now it could just be a string. The validation will pass. Technically, the database insert will fail. So we'll definitely catch it and throw an error here because the database has a foreign key constraint against the spot list table. And so if that list ID doesn't match, then we wouldn't be able to insert it. So it is the non-null assertion operator. Cool. glad to know that exists. Let's look at it. Assert that type E is non-null and access its name. Very cool, very cool. Okay, now that I think about it, this technically should be thrown into our queries. So let's do a little bit of refactoring. So queries, we're going to create a file called spot. This is specifically for spots. We're going to export create1, export a function create1, which takes in a spot, which is of type spot, and then it does what we were doing over here. This is an async function. We need to import spot from spot table. Great. We need to import db from there. And then in this case, we'll just throw the entire spot because we're assuming if we've made it to the queries file, we've already validated it. That's what I'm assuming here. So insert this spot into the spot table, returning it, execute it, throw an exception if it didn't happen. And so now over here, we should be able to do create1, where we pass in this. Like that. Cool. So that's going to call, like I said earlier, this is our data access layer. This handles the DB stuff. And then this is kind of like our controller, which calls the data access layer. One thing we need to do, though, before inserting this is we need to make sure that, first of all, the list exists, and then also that this user is the owner of that list. So let's actually handle that right before. So we want to grab the list. And so we'll say find one body.list ID. Validated result.list ID, like this. Find one needs to come from our queries for spot table. And really, I'm going to import star as, or spot list. So I'm going to call this spot list. Like that. And what that will allow me to do is to say spot list.find one with that given list ID. I think I already have that implemented. Yeah, so we already have a function which will take in the ID and make sure that it exists. Oh, and I can pass in the user's ID to make sure that the list has the given user ID, because if it doesn't, then this is going to return nothing, and then we could throw an error there. So I'll pass in the list ID, and then I'll pass in the current user ID. And so this will give us back a list if, first of all, the list exists, and second of all, this user is the owner of that list. So if we couldn't find that list, I'm just going to throw an error. List not found, which means they passed in a list ID which doesn't exist, or they passed in a list ID which they don't have access to. Yeah, thanks, Pass CJ. That's that's the beauty of this data access layer is, and actually, no, this was us an hour ago. I forgot we wrote this code an hour ago. But this is good. This does what I was thinking, because if that list wasn't found, then we can throw an error and be like, you don't own this list, or that can't find that list at all. Okay. Otherwise, we put it into the database, and then we respond with it. Okay. We're on our way. Let's go back to the spot form. Because right now, this spot form, when we click save, it needs to make a post request with that data. And I guess technically we could use the Zod validator. So we don't need form data or any of that. Here we'll set the errors. What did I cut out of there? Yeah, we'll have to update that. But basically, we can say we can do the validation on the front end. So we can say validated is we should get access to spot from db/. I'll let it auto import that for me because I. This is what I want. So spot dot spot is a Zod validator and that specific interface. So I should be able to do is it parse async with editing spot dot value. And I guess we can try catch this. So we'll try validating it. And If the validation did not complete, then we get ourselves a Zod error, and then we can set the Zod errors. If it was valid, then we need to make ourselves a post request that will actually send it to our backend. Here. We'll update that code in a second. This error is of type Zod error. Can I get access to Zod error? Will it import that for me? It doesn't. Let's try to find it. Should just Z. I need to see how we're using Zod in other places. Oh, we have to import it from dependencies. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll likely just have to do z.zod error. Cool. Now we can do a z error dot errors find. We have the error. We want error dot path name. What is path? String or number array? Let's just log the Zod error out for now to see what we get access to. But what should happen here is if I do this and then I click save on a spot, it should not be valid because the name and the description are empty. Right now, I don't know if save is even being called. Are we doing any sort of like button disable? No, I should be able to click that button no matter what. Let's log the validated value. Save. Okay, form submitted. And then, oh, okay, so it is validating it, but I need to actually update my validation because I need to say that the name is required. So I need to say name has a minimum length of 1. Same thing with description. Minimum length of 1. Now if I refresh, that should throw an error. Great. Now our Zod error has path at 0 name. So that's how we can grab the specific error to show it in the form. So I want a little function that says like get error message. You pass in the path, and then we do this. So e.path at 0 is equal to path, like that. And this is a string. So if I say get error message for name, and then get error message for description, I'll say if that doesn't exist, empty string. Okay. Oh. Dot message. Like that. Okay, so basically we've taken these this Zod error, which validates the object, and it specifically is going to have an error message for name. So it's going to say string must contain at least 1 characters for both name and description. But now we're validating it, and then when I set the errors, it should show that in the UI. So now, if I refresh, click here, and if I try to save it, there we go. String must contain at least 1 character. That's what I was expecting. Because basically we're validating it before trying to send it to the API. I can also update that error message. So I can say, is there like a... Yeah, I can pass in the message here. I'll say name required. And then here I'll say description required. So we save it, get that. And then, again, we get that same thing there. Okay, so now that we're validating it on the front end, we will send it to the back end. Lovely. It is lovely. And the other cool thing about this, which I haven't touched on, is the fact that this validator is being used both on the client side and on the server side. So we're validating it before sending the post request, but then also, if we look at our backend route, we are validating it before putting it into our database. So we validated on the front end and we validated on the back end. Talked about this before, but you absolutely want to at least validate it on the back end, because this is right before we put it into our database right here, this create one. And we absolutely should validate it before then. The front end, it just makes for a good user experience. Validating it there, I mean. That doesn't really give you any actual security. It makes it a better experience for the user, because they don't have to have like a full page refresh or like a form reset if they're sending invalid data. Okay, now I want to make a post request against API/spot. I'm going to send the validated item here. But also I need to set the list ID, because that hasn't been set anywhere. Oh no, it won't clear the form. It shouldn't anyways. Let me demonstrate that. Yeah, so like, wow. The only thing it changes is the location. So the form stays filled out, but it's like really the main feature here is like, oh, I clicked there, but actually I kind of meant to go like a little bit to the left, so you can do that. I'll have to fix the zooming and stuff, but yeah. Okay. Let's take a quick stretch. We're so close. We're so close to having a spot on a list. But like I said, I need to set this to some value. I'll probably like pass it down as a prop. Copy the tile PNG and add it as a card background. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. We could do that. Basically, wherever the pin is, figure out what tile is underneath that, and then actually put that in our database. I like that. I like that. Where do we put that to do? I guess right here. To do. Add tile as image, as card. Add tile for use later. That's what I'll say. Okay, so we're making a post request. I need to set that list ID. If it was successful, I want to tell the parent to refresh the list, which should include all of its places. And this should set the editing spot value to null. Because if it was successful, we're not editing a spot anymore. It essentially just gets added to the list. We'll say like to do update list from API, or get latest list from API, including spots. Okay, let's get the list ID down to the form here. So on the dashboard list edit page, I want to pass. Oh, so we're passing the list down to the sidebar. That's good. So the sidebar can then pass the list down to the spot form, or at least the list ID. Right here. And wait, spot form. Oh yeah, we don't pass the spot down anymore. I think I'm just gonna pass the list. And then now the form will get access to that list. spot form props. List is of type spot list. Like that. And then this is of type spot form props. But now what that lets me do is before we send it, we need to set that list ID. So we'll set it to list dot. This is actually the entire thing. This is the one that has the ID on it. And so now that should give us access to list.id dot toString. This gets into our weird types. Like, technically, we need a type where, so this is the type when we're dealing with the database, like when we're inserting or pulling out of the database. I also want a type that, these are essentially our DAO, our data access objects. So we have one, we should have a spot that has an ID, but the ID is technically a string. It's not the same type as the table definition. I could create a with ID. Like spot list with ID. This is kind of what I want. I really want to come in to all of these table definitions and clean things up because this is not ideal. I would want to come up with a more consistent way to do this, where basically we have multiple type definitions. We have the type definition of the database table, the type definition of what it looks like when we're creating a new thing, like what we're sending to the API, and then a type definition of what it looks like when we're getting it back from the API. Like this. Because now I have spot list with ID, which is this type here. And that's what I want because, or not that spot, it's this, sorry, that says spotless forms. But this, now I should have access to an ID property, which is of type string. Also, here, we could say list is of type spot list with ID. Like that. And then in the main dashboard page, we need to make sure, that's the API, dashboard page, we need to make sure it's the same type. Because yeah, it's yelling about that type, whereas technically, this is a spot list with ID, we can call it. Cool. Okay, I think we're good. I think now I should actually be able to add spots. So let's do it for real this time. Let's see if we can get it first try. So now I should be able to add Casa Bonita to the list right here. So I'm gonna add the spot, give it a name, and then the description is a Mexican restaurant best known for its appearance in South Park. Cool. Moment of truth. I click save. We get an error. That's fine. That's fine. So this made a post request against API/spot. I think the issue is it needs to be API/spot. Yeah, with an S. That's our error in the spot form. It sent it to the wrong URL. Spots. And then this threw an exception when we got a not found. That's not usual. Really, I only want to do this if it was a Zod error. If it wasn't a Zod error, it technically should have set the error message, but well. Oh, you can calculate the store tile using the latitude longitude. Cool. Yeah, you're right, Trust Ice. We need to come up with better naming. I think spot data transfer object, create spot data transfer object. I think those are better namings. I agree with that. I'm not going to do it right now because I need to go very, very soon, but I will add it to do. To do. Better naming for DTO. Oh, wow. Save this. Actually, I'll link this in the, where we talk about getting the map tile, because I'll have to come back to that later as well. Okay. The other thing is that I just remembered, we're going to have an issue inserting into the database because technically it's not latitude longitude anymore. Technically it's a location property. I completely forgot about this. Because if you look at our actual database creation, if we look for where we create spot, it has a location property which is of type geography point. Oh man, this is going to be harder than I thought. So, first of all of our table definitions are wrong. So, first of all, this doesn't have latitude, longitude. This has location, which I think is then an object with latitude, longitude on it. Let's see. Or I think an object with X and Y. I don't know how it's going to represent that. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Oscar. We would need to make sure that for the deployed app, it has to have PostGIS. It might have it enabled by default. That's a problem for future me. I just need to make sure it works locally. For now, I'm going to comment these out. I'm going to set location, which should be an object, which I think has an X and a Y property. If anyone wants to look into that for me, that'd be great. Like, what specifically is this? What do you get when you do? Where's our migration? Yeah, I have it everywhere, but the thing is, so I changed it right here. Now we're going to get type errors that say latitude is not a property. We'll have to update that everywhere. I think that's fine, because we will get the TypeScript errors to tell us that. But I need to figure out what does that actually look like. So, geography point. Postgres. Geography point JSON. And it's not GeoJSON. Yeah, how to insert it into a specific field. Insert into table values. Type point. Coordinates that. Oh. Really? That seems like it's GeoJSON though. Thanks, Timon. Yeah, I didn't know you could do it in Firefox. This is German. Cool. I'll definitely install that. Now, if you remember back to, I don't know, 7 or 8 days ago, we said this is going to make our lives a whole lot harder by trying to actually use PostGIS and geography. Because it's not as straightforward as just inserting like floating point numbers into the database. I have a feeling. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I want to do because it's going to simplify everything else. Otherwise, even my inserts, I would have to do raw SQL in my inserts. So, I think we made a bad decision before. So I'm actually going to change this to latitude, longitude, but then I just need to update my migration to do that as well. But we wanted a radius and cool location stuff. Well, I want it working right now without an hour of debugging. So I'm going to change it for now. And we'll figure out how to do all that stuff later. So this should be latitude float 8. Longitude float 8. Cool. That should be good. We'll migrate down. That should drop all the tables, and then migrate up should recreate them with latitude, longitude. So now that exists, I'm curious if I refresh the page. I think I should be logged out because this user doesn't exist in the database anymore. Also, the app hasn't started. It's not loading. That's fine. I honestly just need to delete. Wait, why is this happening? Oh no. The server isn't starting? Listening on... It's listening on 8,000. And then it's like in an infinite loop trying to query the database. Let's figure out why that's happening. I think it has to do with one of our middlewares that like expects us to be logged in. So this middleware tries to verify it. If there is, well, actually, let's just not set the user ID. And then I can, yeah, then I can manually delete the cookie. Though I think I want to fix this because if this is an issue on the deployed server, then I need to fix that as well. So, all right, we set the user ID. Then it says go on to the next one. Then if we look at dashboard, it's going to run the handler in middleware's set user on state. And this says if there is a user ID, let's select user from where ID is equal to user ID. And if we found that user, call next. If we didn't find that user, redirect to the root page with message unauthorized. But then when we redirect to the root page, it redirects us to here. So it's an infinite loop. Yeah, so it's basically, we didn't find the user, take us back, and then like, oh, well, ID exists, take us back over here. So if we didn't find it, we need to just clear the cookie. So how do I do that? Clear user ID cookie. Really, I guess I need to do a set cookie on the response. Replace else with the redirects that user doesn't exist. But then I'd have to like make sure that I don't redirect in that other middleware. I think clearing the cookie would fix the issue, because then it wouldn't try to redirect them again because there's no cookie to look at. So really, do I want a new response? With no body. And then the headers, we set a location header to be this. Then I also want like a set cookie header, which will clear the cookie. Deno, clear cookie. What's up, Postcodemy? Welcome in. Handling cookies in Deno. Oh, it's in the standard library. Cool. Yeah, you set the cookie to expire. There should be a built-in way of doing that, though. So delete cookie. That got imported from standard library cookie. Is that already in our dependencies? It is. So I can just import this from deps. Cookie. Nookie Poo, thank you. That's very unexpected, and I appreciate you. That's awesome. Thank you for the gift. All right. What was the example there? We say delete cookie. We pass in. Is it just response.headers? Yeah. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think this is the last day of September where you get a discount. Thank you so much, Nikki Poo. Okay. Can I set the status? So 301. What is a not permanent redirect? 302. Cool. Oh, look at that. We already know how to delete the cookie. So technically, we should have redirected to log out, which would redirect them to the home page. Honestly, that seems better, doesn't it? Like, if the user wasn't found, let's log them out. Then we don't have all this duplicate code. We just literally do redirect to base URL /log out. That'll delete the cookie and then redirect them to the home page. Easy. All right, let's test it. Nice. How could a logged in user not be found? If you drop the database like I just did. Basically, the cookie was set before the database got dropped, and so there was a user ID. It's not a common occurrence, but I would at least want this to happen. Anybody that's already been to the deployed website, it should log them out because I'm going to have to clear the database. Yeah. All right, let's create a list. Best spots in Denver. All the places you should visit if you come to Denver. Create it. Awesome. Let's add Casa Bonita. It's the best way to learn Kotlin with no experience in Java. I don't have any advice for you. Any Java people or Android people in the chat? Colfax. Right here. Casa Bonita. Boom. Give it a name. Casa Bonita. Description. I will update this later. Save. No errors in the console. If we look at our backend code, we technically inserted a spot into the database. Awesome. Awesome. Now, what I want to do is I want to update the API route that gives me back lists to include spots. Because right now, if you look at lists, if we get a list by ID, right now it just finds one list. But I want to include all of the spots, so that way on save, I can now refresh that. I have the list info and the spot array. Technically, I could have a nested route that's like lists/ID/spots, but I'm just going to include it in this one little object here. So if we look at our DB queries for spot list, this is find one, and I'm going to have another option on here called with spots. And this defaults to true. And then if with spots is true, we'll say query equals query dot. This is going to be a more complicated query, but I've done it before. So basically, a user has a list of social profiles. So right now I'm logged in with Discord, but technically I could link Twitch as well, and then that would be an array that includes Discord and Twitch info. Same thing with lists. Lists have many spots. So if I look at my query that gives me back the user with their social profiles, we can copy that here. So select as. Basically, I want to do this nested query. We're going to have to update it, though, so that it's looking at the nested thing. So first of all, JSON ag, I need to import from my database utils. What's up, Esper? Welcome in. So now we're importing JSON ag. Good. And now I want to select from spot where spot.listid is equal to spotlist.id. Like that. And we're going to call this spots. So this is like a nested lookup. Yeah, all of these are strings, but we get type completion because of the way we set up the database. So like when I start typing right here, it does give me type completion as to what tables are actually available. And then this was giving me type completion as to like what columns are actually available. Okay, this should do it. Now that I've updated that, we should get access to the lists. I mean, we can also test it out. So like if I hit the API endpoint that has a similar URL, but instead of that, it's API/list/that given ID. Now, look at this. We have the info, but we have this embedded array of spots. So that's great. Awesome. Awesome. I say I use Visual Studio. What? Yeah, I'm using Visual Studio. If you look in my settings here, that's all the extensions and everything I use inside of VS Code. This is great. This is slick. Like, I'm very excited about this because now we just need to show it in the UI. So now, I'm gonna close everything, and we go back to the spot form, because the spot form, if this was a successful creation, it needs to tell the parent, hey, you should refresh the info you have about the list, so that way we can display the latest stuff. So I'm also going to have a signal called current list, or like editing list or something like that. Oh, thank you, Fruple. This is called a professional SQL guy who knows another guy to do that. Wait, what? Oh, you mean call someone who's really good at SQL to be able to do what I just did there? We found that on a GitHub issue, but this technically is a Postgres specific thing. It's a JSON aggregation in a single query. There are other ways to do this. Like technically, I could have done a separate query where I do this. I get all spots that have this given list ID, but that would be two database queries. This does it all in one go in a single query and gives it back to me in this format that I expect, which is different from a join, because if I did a join, then I would have an array with all of the list information and the spot information combined together, and that's not what I want. So JSON aggregation is pretty slick. That it exists in Postgres. Okay, I think I want a signal for the editing list, maybe? And this is a signal list with spots or spot. I think we have a type for this. We'd have to create one if we don't. Spot list table. Yeah, this is it. This is where we were talking about data transfer objects, because technically now I can say that spot list with ID and spots. Let's rename it. We'll now have spots, which is a z.array of spot. Is that how that works? I can pass in the type there. Spot has name, list ID, user ID. Technically, I want this to be the whole thing, because it has like created at, updated at, list, and stuff like that. Okay, so now spot list with ID spots. Has an array of spots on it. got my update. My import's messed up. So this should be spot list table, I think. Cool. Spot list with ID and spots. Why is this complaining? Refers to a value. I mean, you weren't complaining about the other one. That's fine. I mean, I know that I can do this. Spot list with ID and spots refers to a Z object, and then it's technically both. Why is this complaining? The thing is, I shouldn't have to import it as a type because I have the... Oh! I gotta rename that. Okay. I renamed the schema, but I didn't rename the type. That was the issue. Okay, so now editing list can be set. Yeah, that's... that was the one. And now, on the list edit page... Yeah, I mean, the TypeScript errors technically helped. They technically helped. So on the list edit page, when the list loads, we... now this actually will be spot list with ID and spots. And now this will be find one, true. Oh no, judge, it's true. It should be true by default. So I just will have to tell it that I know what I'm talking about. Cool. But now list has a spots array. Great. But then I'll also set the signal. So I'll say editing list.value is data.list. Why is this complaining? Type undefined is not assignable till type list. When would this ever be undefined? Never. Well, I guess it would be undefined if we didn't find it. That makes sense. Okay, so if we found it, then set that value. Because if we didn't find it, then we're showing the list not found. Cool. So that gives us the editing list. I guess technically, we're passing that down to the sidebar. I guess really I don't even need this list prop anymore, because the sidebar can use the signal. If state in a component? Yeah. Or if statement in a component. Why not? Why not? So now this should be editing list dot value dot name, and this will be editing list. Again, so here's the issue with signals. Like, this can get. I feel like it potentially makes the code a little bit harder to follow, because now this thing just imports the signal. There's no prop pass down. It just uses it. Now, the way I'm writing this, I'm expecting that it has a value. I'm expecting that it exists. Like that. Is this where I can do that one? Yeah. Hey, TypeScript, I know that's not null. It shouldn't be null. Like, this component literally will not render unless that has a value. Great. But what that now allows me to do is right here, I could say editing list.value is get latest. Fetch lists ID. And now I'm going to be using that everywhere. I know it's not null. I know it's not null. Make that not null. And then this can be await response.json, like that. Cool. I'm going to give ourselves a to-do. Move this logic to an API handler. You tried to follow me, but it's not working. I don't know, Esper. You can try maybe when I'm not live. It might be a Twitch bug right now. But this is the moment of truth, because we submit the spot, it gets saved to the database, we then refresh the list, and then now in the sidebar, we should iterate over that list here. So we'll do editing list dot value dot spots, and that gives us each individual spot. And then now we can show, inside of there, we'll just put the spot.name, like that. And then when you click on it, we want to fly to spot.latitude, spot.longitude, like that. All right. Are you ready? First try. Here it comes. Now we can edit the list. Well, value is null. What do you mean? I think actually I haven't really tried this where we're setting a signal from a server rendered page. Is that the issue? Like technically, sprots.value is null. So like really I should do like that. And then on the page itself, something happened. Yes, something definitely happened. We have the list. This code should run on the server side. Let's see. If I refresh the page, we have the list. It's this thing. And then I think technically, yeah, that doesn't run on the client side at all. It renders for a second and then it disappears. If you look at the sidebar, all of this should be there. It should at least have the name. I mean, I think the issue is it's null. The value is null. Here's the tricky part. When this page renders on the client side, we need to set that signal value, so the signal value isn't getting passed from the server to the client, and I think that's a fresh issue. I don't know if they've fixed that yet. Maybe we need to look in the GitHub repo at the issues. Support passing signals to island props. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that we actually aren't getting this signal is not getting passed down to these islands, which means that if when we're in the browser, we technically need to load that data as well. And I guess so we have the value. We render it. That renders the sidebar, and so that's like a when it does a server side render, it has the value. But once the island kicks in, the signal doesn't have the value anymore. I kind of want to do something like, if I'm in the browser, use that value. Yeah, I saw in their example they had use signal, but from all of the code that I have so far, I haven't had to use that. I just directly access the thing. That's what I'm thinking, Citrix. We might have to do something like that. Well, it's almost like we're doing a hydration in a way and I don't know if that's directly supported by Fresh, where essentially on server render, we include that value as like a stringified JSON in the body, in the HTML somewhere, and then when the page loads, we set the signal. I think, anyways. Like, something like it seems really hacky to have to do that, but I feel like that's almost what we need. Where we have almost like a component that's like pass signals, something like this. Use a context instead of a signal? Like, we pass in a little function that gets run, and when it gets run, we say something like, so data doesn't start in the island, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, so it goes top down. So and this isn't even the home page. This is the list edit page, but it renders from the server side. You can see it in the. Let me get rid of this really quick. You can see it in the initial render, like, it's there for a split second. But then the moment the client kicks in, the signal doesn't exist anymore, and like you could see it in the server rendered run of it. So this is the first pass. This is the server side rendered run, and it just has the data inside of there, like Casa Bonita, best spots in Denver. That's there. But then when the island kicks in, the signal doesn't exist on the client, and then the whole thing just gets wiped out. So that's why I'm thinking through, like, basically I need a way to make that this value here available on the client, and then I need to populate the signal when the client renders. Set the signal in the route handler? Like up here, you mean? Oh, list. Yeah, I'm gonna do a custom. I think I really just need like a. Can I do a use effect right here? Will this even run in the browser? So, this runs on the server. This hopefully will run on the client. Mounted. Let's just see. Let's see where we see this logged. So when I refresh the page, yeah, use effect is only going to run inside of a signal, inside of an island, anyways. Yeah. Okay. That's why I'm almost thinking like, how would I describe this? Basically, to return. Wait, what do you mean, Oscar? But I basically think I want like a custom component that gets the stringified data on the server side. So almost like a hydrate component. And this is a server component that has an island aspect to it. Return alert if no list, else return the map. Oh, I mean, I'm already doing that. I mean, so the initial render of the page has the data. Here it is. The issue is once the islands kick in, the signal doesn't have the data. So almost something like data is data.list, and we have the onClient method. First of all, let's just get this working. So let's create a little hydrate component. Well, I want to finish this out. I have a thing at 4:30, so I want to at least get the list showing because we're home free. Like technically, I don't have to use a signal. I could just use props, and all of this would work. But it could be pretty interesting to get this working. So let's create like a hydrate component, and it accepts a data property which is of type any. So export default function hydrate data. It's an any type. And then really I don't want to return anything or do it. No, I guess I do. I kind of want a script tag. You can pass in like the name and data. So name will be, let's call it editing list. And then that's a string. And then I want to dangerously set inner HTML like this. I think that's how that works. But I can say that is a string, so I could do something like var name equals json.stringify data. And I'll give this an ID of like hydrate underscore name. Something like that. Okay, so basically this is going to create a, let's give it a variable name too. This is going to create a script on the page that creates a variable that we have access elsewhere. I mean, it does kind of seem dangerous, but really you would just use this if you want access to that variable on the client side. So now, well, I need to make sure that hydrate gets imported over here. So add that in. This is the kind of code I write at 4:55 when I want to go home. Yeah, so, all right, now that we've got the hydrate component, if we search for global, if we search for edit list, yeah, so we can see hydrate edit list. This is literally a script that sets that variable. And then now if we look, so if I refresh this, and then I look in the console, there's a global variable called hydrate edit list. And then I could render an island here. So now I need an island called hydrate island, I guess. Window.hydrate, yeah, and then so this thing is going to run on the client side. Hydrate Florida. Let's think about what this does. So it needs to access this global variable called hydrate with a given name. So right here we have like hydrate island, where name is name. Yeah, just like that. And then hydrate island will take in a name prop. Name is a string. And then this just returns returns nothing, but it actually has like a use effect, because like on mount of the client, hydrating name. Wait, did I try signal instead of signal.value? No. No, the fact that it renders, the first server side render works, that's That's why I know it's working. All right, let's see if this even just says like hydrating. Let's see. Can't access property next sibling, replace node is undefined. I think it's probably because I'm returning null. But if I just return a React fragment with nothing inside of it, is that legal? Ignore me, please. Yeah, okay. And then it says hydrating. Cool. And right here is where we can do the business. And really, I almost want like a onload function. And then I could say onload with the global variable window at hydrate name. This code is scaring me. Well, there's stuff like this inside of Next.js. There absolutely is. And this is fine. We'll just TS ignore this. Cool. And then onload is a function. I don't know. Function that returns void. I feel like we shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, I know. I'm going to add a to-do to like remove this. But here's what it makes me think we can do. Because I can say, and I'll pass onload here, and then onload here, and then onload is a function that returns nothing. This is the tricky part, though, is do I get access to that over here? So if I say hydrate with the name edit list, pass down the data, and then onload. Actually, so onload is going to be a function that gets the data and then does whatever we want with it. In this case, I want to do this. So cool. this it takes in data, which is of type any. And then the island does the same thing. Easy. Okay. Onload is not a function inside of the island. So we're passing down onload to hydrate. Hydrate then passes down onload to the island. I mean, here's the thing we can do, though, is like before getting that prop working, we can just do it manually. Right now I'm trying to write it in a very generic way, but technically I could just do this. And then editing list needs to come from our sequence. Import. That actually would be really fun, yeah, to get the creator of Fresh. So all of these weird intricacies of that we're trying to do, I'm sure the creator of Fresh would tell us, oh yeah, that's how you do this, or oh, I haven't thought about that. @/signal like that. All right, this is gonna work. Watch this. You see that? And if I click it, it goes to it. So basically what I would want to do is I would want to figure out how to do this dynamically so that, again, right now I have this, ignore me please. Really, I also want like I want to return a if is browser, which comes from fresh. Where were we using is browser? Here, fresh runtime. If is browser, return nothing. But if it's not the browser, but if it's the server side, return a div. Yeah, cool. Why can't I return null all the time? Yeah, that's where we run into that issue. So cool. To do dynamically set value without hard coding. Let's see if I can return undefined. If that fixes it. Yeah, same issue. Can't access next sibling. So when it's rendering on the server, it at least needs something. And then when the client kicks in, it can replace it with nothing. Nice. Okay. All of that. Now, on our map, we should be able to add markers for every place, which we weren't doing. So right here, I can do editing list dot value dot spots dot map. We get each spot, and then we make a marker with that spot's latitude longitude. Okay, so I didn't add a marker. What did I do wrong there? Return, thank you. I was like, what's happening here? Like that. Okay, here we go. So this should have the spots. Nice. But, moment of truth here. We didn't even test this functionality, but what this is going to give us is, so now, okay, so we have Casa Bonita. When you come to Denver, you should visit Casa Bonita. Let's also add the Denver Aquarium. Oh no, we can add Meow Wolf. That's another fun spot to go to. Right here. Convergent Station Meow Wolf. Right there. So we'll add this. We'll call this Meow Wolf. I'll update this later. Save. Now watch this. When I click save, that makes a post request to the server, puts it into the database. We then refresh the list, which sets the signal, which should trickle down here and show the spot and have the dot. Look at that. And so now we can go over here, or we can go over here. Meow Wolf is an interactive art installation. It's essentially error. Well, there was no error. There was no error. It's essentially a giant 3-story warehouse that you get to roam and explore with all kinds of interactive art and stuff like that. Yeah. The keyboard actually sounds very low thickness key, small throw, and entirely my kind of keyboard. If you do exclamation mark keyboard, you can get a link to it. It's this one. I really like it. I specifically like the size and portability because I bought a little case for it so that I can put it in my backpack. But yeah, so check it out. Now we can put a spot there, or like, we also should change the color of the spots. Those keys are huge. I mean, they're standard size. I think they're brown switches, or maybe they're red switches. I don't know that much. This is Empower Field at Mile High. So this is where the Broncos, which is an American football team, that's where they play. But look, save, no errors, shows up in the list. And then if I refresh the page, we see all of that. Okay, so last thing I'm going to do before I go is now when this page loads, I'm going to center around the spots that are in the list. Because right now on the map, we center around the United States every time. But I believe there's a way to tell the map that it should be centered around these latitude longitudes. I think the Leaflet has a way to figure out the zoom level and the I think. Let's figure that out. I'm just gonna search for Leaflet center around markers. Latitude, longitude bounds, array of latitude, longitudes, map.fit bounds. Sick. That's what we want. So we have an effect with the map value. I guess I really only want to do this here. So that sets the map ref, and then once we have the map ref, that should be the first time only, and then we can do this. And then can we actually import from Leaflet? There has to be a way, yeah. All right, and then this should be a function that we can call. I guess in this case it's a constructor. And then here we can do if edit list has a value, which it should. At this point it should have a value because we set it from the hydrator. We're going to map over it. So we grab its spots. We map over it for each spot. We want to return an array that has spot.latitude and spot.longitude, like that. So the tricky part is if the list got set by the hydrator after the map got set, then this won't work. But ideally, what will happen now is the moment Leaflet does not provide an export named lat-long-bounds. How does this work? How do you oh no, I don't have to do star. I can just do import L, comma, those individual things. And then can I do L dot latitude longitude bounds? There's no default export. Do we get access to... So we're loading the script. Oh, technically, I think I can just do... if is browser... so that way this code won't even run on the server. Because L should be a global variable in the page. Look at that. All right, and now if I add a spot out here in Aurora, Deno. What's this? That saves it. But if I refresh the page, now it's zoomed in, including that. Cool. Cool. That saves it. We can still fly around to all of these other spots. But when I refresh the page, they're all within bounds like that. That's kind of amazing. Wow. Wow. Okay, Gil says, I don't want to interrupt you. No worries. I'm about to leave anyways, but I respect what you do, but I think you can rearrange the distribution of your screen like chat and camera. It's hard to follow the stream somehow. I appreciate your input, but I have been streaming since the year 2018. This has pretty much been my layout since the year 2018. Could you be a little bit more clear? What about this is hard to follow? I mean, I would argue, and I would say that right now we are in the depths of the code. We are at a point where there's just so much code happening that it's almost impossible to actually follow what I'm doing unless you've been here since we started writing all of this code. So that's one issue. But if you just mean individually the problem that we're trying to solve, I'd be happy to hear, well, what are you having an issue following with? Yeah. We're only able to see 2 chat messages at the top, but the other keep the screen busy. What do you mean? Maybe the map. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, that's the other. Well, no, because the fit bounds, I believe, sets the center as well. So I think that sets the center for us. Oh, I see. You want to see all of the chat messages. Okay. Is that one of the main points of feedback here? I'm here for the informative and chill stream. Can't care too much about the chat. Yeah, I think it's you either love it or you hate it. Like, I've gotten a ton of first of all, welcome in, Gils. Glad to have you. I have a YouTube channel, and I get a lot of YouTube comments that are like, please hide the chat. I don't want to see it at all. And then I get maybe 10% of comments that were like, I can't read the chat. Can you make it more readable? So, I think what we have is kind of like a happy middle ground. Like, technically, I can maybe zoom the chat out a little bit, but then this gets harder to read on mobile. So, yeah. I don't want you in front of the code a lot more than I want you in front of the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I could wear a blue shirt and then you'd be able to see through me. Will you add a button to reset the view to the bounds or keep refreshing the page for that? I'll definitely, yeah, that's a good point. I'll definitely add a button, but really we can repurpose this code right here. And I'll just add a to-do. To-do. Let us click a button to do this anytime we want. Limeout says you look great where you are. Put yourself in a bubble that bounces around the screen. Okay, now I'm going to add a comment right here that says, to do, remove this hacky code. Probably with props. Though this is a super interesting concept here, where it's like, hey, I need this value inside of one of my islands. So why not have a hydrate function available to me that basically creates a global variable that I can then use when the client side is ready to go? The issue is, like, you can't serialize a function. I think that was one of the main issues earlier, is I was trying to pass down a function, but that function doesn't get serialized to the client, right? I don't know. We didn't really do much auth. Yeah, so if you check out the YouTube playlists, any episode that did auth related things will have auth written on it. So like part 10 has that, and then there's some other OAuth stuff. I would say though that this is not a pattern to follow. Like, we're figuring stuff out as we go. And I would say, like, if you're using like Next.js, then there's already like tried and true solutions for that, like NextAuth. If you're not using Next.js, then you probably want to use some existing solution for your backend and then figure out how to integrate that with your React app. Yeah. That's funny. But Gills Effect, thank you for mentioning that. No, I don't mean to pick on you or anything like that. It's just like it's really hard to appease everyone all at the same time. Oh, it's Alka. Put that in a bubble. Did you just record that, Alka? Because that's hilarious. We've got a backend homegrown auth that also has a single sign-on. Got password login to work, just need to get single sign-on integrated now. I see. Yeah, I would honestly say that I don't know how much my working on auth is going to help you, especially because we're in Deno and Preact, but... Oh, you did a custom face tracker. Nice. Nice. $900 what webcam costs $900? Okay, I need to go. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Cheers. This has been fun. We got some features working today, right? I can click on the map. What else do I want to add? Yeah, Sloan's Lake is nice. I'll put GB Fish and Chips. Wait, there's a GB Fish and Chips there? I had no idea. The one I know of is on Broadway, down here. Oh wait, no, I do know. Never mind, I know of that one. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna put you right in the middle of the lake. Sloan's Lake. Cool. Fresh. Nice. Nice. How do I feel after leaving my job to go full-time and stream content? I feel good. So I was very burnt out from work. And I was working on a project and a thing that I didn't really want to be working on. And I was on that project for like over a year. So it feels good. At the same time, I'm not fully recovered yet. Like I'm still... I just feel a lot of burnout. It's getting better. I mentioned it this morning that like... I got a bunch of pull requests merged on the Coding Garden repo, and I'm finding more time to like work on Coding Garden stuff. But overall, I like what I'm doing right now. I'm not making much money. Shouts out to everybody that has supported. I appreciate all of that. It's nowhere near what I was making as a dev, but I'm going to figure that out because I also need to launch a course, and I'm hoping that... people will buy my course, and that can be my main source of income. But yeah. I'm not even terrified, though, because I have plenty of savings, and my partner has a full-time job. And she's been paying the bills for the past couple months. I don't know. Oh, glad to hear that, Crimson Rave. Hopefully they find it useful. Yeah, I gotta go, but let's take a moment to do some self-plugs. Check out my YouTube channel. I actually haven't uploaded in 3 weeks, but there's some videos I need to edit and upload to YouTube, so definitely check that out. The most recent videos have a lot to do with TypeScript. And then if you want to catch up on all the VODs, we have the archive channel, which I try to upload pretty quickly too. Also, follow me over on Twitter. Like, I'm quickly realizing that there are a lot of people in the development and programming ecosystem that basically do all of their networking and everything they know about people in the space are on Twitter. And because I don't tweet that often, like I literally just tweet to say that I'm live. Like I don't have, I don't post things like people, a lot of, I don't know what to call them, like dev or tech influencers. I don't do that. But because of that, I feel like a lot of people don't know about me or have never heard of me or can't find me because I don't have like a constant presence on Twitter. Like I tweet when I go live, but I don't tweet what I'm feeling or what I'm doing. I mean, I probably should. I want to get in the habit of doing that. Yeah, I could post tips, I could post code samples, basically what a lot of the dev and tech influencers do. And that will maybe get me known a little bit more. So please follow me over there. Eventually I'll post some interesting stuff. Quickly do the Bavarian pork. I can't. I have to go. You'll have to check it out next week. That's a good segue. Check out the schedule. I haven't updated it for next week yet, but I will this weekend, and you can see. So this was the schedule for this week. This was the schedule for the week before that. But if you go here, you'll know every day of the week that I stream. You can tune in. I think that's all I got. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're new to Twitch, just stick around. You'll be taken to the raid wherever we go. Like I said, thank you to everyone. Thanks for all your input. Thanks for watching me do weird stuff in Deno and Fresh and stuff. Yeah, and you all have a good weekend as well. I'll see you next week. At least know that next Friday there will be a similar stream around the same time, but there might be 1 or 2 streams earlier in the week as well. And I don't have a course drop date yet. But I probably should, because if I set a deadline for myself, I'll probably be more likely to do it. But then that increases the amount of stress, and then I'll potentially get burnout. I don't know. You all are awesome. Let's go. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. All right, get ready to use those emotes. Show them lots of love. Here we go.